Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you guys out there in the world. How are you guys? How's everyone doing today? I've had, it's been fun. It's been real, y'all. It's been a lot of fun. Last night I went to sleep and I couldn't stop thinking about all of our fun conversations that we've been having over the past couple of days. Can y'all believe that today is the last day? I can't believe it, y'all. I cannot believe it. I'm just like floored. I just want everyone to know, like, this has been amazing. I have had the time of my life, y'all. Y'all have really brought it. I was reading some of the comments in the replay because I get to see it afterwards, and everyone is just in there having a good time and just loving life and just I really enjoy that. I really appreciate that. And I want to say thank you guys so much for all that you're doing and all that, like all the positivity that's coming into the lives every day. And I hope that you guys are really feeling it too and really feeling the love, because it is pretty amazing. One of the things I wanted to say, good morning, everyone. So yes, okay, I want everyone to start checking in because it's going to be, we started off with a bang and we're going to end with a bang, and it's going to be pretty dope. Today we have some really cool people coming into the lives. So I can't wait for you guys to see everyone. Good morning, Virginia. Good morning, Tony. Garcia Jackson. Thank you. And Laura Mitchell. Oh, yeah, I've seen your name a couple times now. Welcome back. What's everybody been up to? What did y'all take away from yesterday? What was your main, what was the main message that you got yesterday, or lesson that you learned yesterday? I'm really curious to know what, because it was some deep, dope panels going on. Like, seriously, like I haven't heard conversations like that in a long time. And it was like, greetings to you as well. And it made me think on a whole nother level as well. The vibe was like real. I was like, wow. So yeah, y'all brought it. Start the check-ins, y'all. Where y'all coming in from? I want to know. I really want to know. I also just so y'all know, I don't know if you guys already know, but I started this YouTube channel, so you can catch the replays on the YouTube channel. So if you guys want, you can take a chance. Whenever you have a chance, please follow me on YouTube. That would be great. I have some things coming down the pipelines that I think you guys will have fun with. I'm just happy, y'all. I'm just happy. I was like, I can't wait to talk to everyone today. We must know our work. Okay, yes, that is definitely a good one. You are phenomenal in operating your purpose. Yes. Morning, Tamika. Oh my God, love the Carl's vulnerability. Yes, Carl. Yeah, Carl is definitely, yeah, needed and necessary. It really is. These conversations are so important. Good morning, Tashinga. These conversations are Connor's, Georgia. Yes, Georgia's in the house. Brooklyn. Oh, hey, Renee. What's up, girl? PG County, always. And Washington Heights. Yes. Monique says, figure it out. Yes. Know your worth. Respect your ancestors. Always respect your ancestors. I mean, because they fought the fight. They fought the good fight. So for Maryland, Sister Alexis, trust yourself. Yes. Trust yourself. That is so important. I have so many notes from Crystal. I can't, yeah, but say for a rainy season, not just a rainy day, hit me hard. Yeah, that was Crystal showed out yesterday. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if that for you guys, but I know for me, that like whooped me into shape. I was like, woo, okay. So y'all, today is going to be amazing. At least I think so. Why not? I'm going to say it's going to be amazing. Why not? I'm claiming that. Okay. DC. Yes. What part of DC you from? Okay. Southeast, Northeast, Northwest, North, Southwest. I just want everyone to, Crystal always shows out. Yes. I am going to, once again, because Crystal came in, yes. Once again, this is the last day of the summit, but I want to always, first of all, show my sponsor. Y'all already seen the commercial, but it's all good because it's so good to me. I'm going to show it again because why not? I want to support Black creatives creating, and this is the best time to do it. Okay, at the ABE Summit, I want to support people that support me. So if you guys can support them, that would be wonderful. It's Pierre Adler Entertainment. They are my first sponsors ever in life. So I feel really, really happy and blessed that they decided to do it. So I'm going to show their commercial real quick, y'all. So hold on one second.
Life's been good since I took over my dad's clinic.
Brian don't work here no more?
Now, what the hell is going down there at that damn clinic anyway?
My friends are supportive.
Still stinky Rondo.
My patients love me.
I thought I felt the draft.
I think it is time for us to get some help here.
I'm out.
And my sex life
What kind of sex y'all have?
has never been better. Yeah. Life is just
I got this.
awesome.
There we go. I have a commercial. It's a commercial, y'all. It's a true bot. So, okay. One last thing before we get started is that I, of course, want to thank everyone that has supported me on my journey today. But especially, I want to thank these people right here, J. Agency. I want to thank the Conjure Cleaner. I want to thank Karen, the KLCC Collective. I want to thank the Joy Fennell Media Group, because without them, honestly, I don't really think. Oh, I also want to thank Stephanie Soto, who's been handling my social media. And then I also want to thank Imani Hamilton, who is the one that put together the video intro. So I'm really happy about that. So I want you guys to follow them. I'm going to put them up as well. Give me 1 second. I want you guys to follow them. Where is Imani? Here we go. So this is Imani Hamilton. Follow her on Instagram. Let me tell y'all, when I tell you it's a Black creative to watch, she is definitely one to watch. So please follow Imani, and thank you, Imani, if you're out there. So I want to start bringing on my guest for today, because it's about to be on and popping. I have some really powerful ladies in the house, Black ladies in the house, okay? Okay, let me say that again. Black ladies in the house, powerful Black ladies in the house, making moves in the industry, okay? So first up, I want to bring up Miss Ashley Rudder. And you know me, I have to read off a bio because I'm not trying to get anything wrong. I'm not trying to have nobody come for me. Okay. So Ashley Rudder is a self-taught makeup artist and eventually landed a job with MAC Cosmetics. I used to work for MAC. So yes, MAC Cosmetics. Yes. Ashley was promoted to senior artist in 2015, where she taught courses to aspiring makeup artists as part of MAC's artist development and training team. In 2018, Rudder moved to New York City with her family to assume her current position as Director of Digital Content and Artistry. She's a director at MAC. Okay, yes, where she oversees the creative direction of digital assets for all of MAC's social media platforms, with over 23 million active users. So I'm going to bring in my girl, Ashley Rudder. Okay. Yes. Hey, Ashley. I think your mic is muted.
Yo, see?
I'm
Hey,
so good. How are you?
I'm well, well, well. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm loving the setup. First of all,
Thank you.
put the wrap on, the beautiful background, the lighting, the makeup, everything. You look amazing.
Thank you so much. Hey,
You're
this is what I
welcome.
do. I have to, set up those digital spaces properly.
Yeah. Hey, I need to take a lesson from you, okay? Oh
I'm
my
here.
God. Excuse me. The next person I want to bring on is Ms. Nia Lawrence. Nia Lawrence is an award-winning creative director with over a decade of experience. Her work has graced the pages of Women's Health, Latina, Red Book, Victoria's Secret, and Martha Stewart. She currently serves as creative director of Essence Magazine. I got somebody from Essence Magazine joining us today. And if y'all just saw the cover with Naomi Campbell, the 50th anniversary cover, Nia is behind that cover. She directed that cover. So I'm so excited. Nia's main passion is strategically led creative and loves managing photo shoots for branded content and crafting editorial stories across print and digital platforms. So in comes the room is Nia. Hi, Nia. How are you? I think you are muted.
We all sat on mute today. It's all good.
Oh, okay. I've done that too.
Here we are.
How
Can
are
you hear
you?
me now?
Yes, I can. Yes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you so much for the introduction.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Look, I had to do it right for y'all. Cause I mean, like, hey, when do you have like two powerful Black women like calling shots behind the scenes on shoots? You know what I mean? And like really like doing it up. So I was like, I got to do it up. I got to do it up for these ladies. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well. How are you, Joy?
I'm good. Hey, Ashley, I want to start with you. Can you tell me how you got into the business?
Oh my goodness, that is such an interesting. It's a great question because my journey into the creative space is interesting. As you just read off, I started off as a makeup artist, but through my personal brand development, I found myself being really interested in the digital space and digital content creation, and I was really obsessed with it. And my husband's a designer, and so we had a side. Things start off as a side hustle, and that's how it began. Is that I was very much so in love with my job as a senior artist. However, I was exploring this new canvas of digital creation, and I was really finding myself shocked at how good it felt to create in this space. And so I decided to just start educating myself. You know how it is, like all the things that you hear about when someone has a passion, how they end up spending a lot of their free time developing their skill set. And so that's what I did. And then I just started making some bold moves and just started writing emails and saying, hey, Mac, I want to make digital content for you. And then the marketers were like, oh, great. Let's try that out. Let's see what it was. And the wheels just kept turning, and it just turned into this place of experimentation and seeing what felt good and what didn't. And finding holes in the process, and me also did. And so what ended up happening is I wrote a job description after working this capacity for about a year and a half. And I just wrote and said, I think that I should be the creative director that runs all of the social media platforms. And this is my ABCDE. And I sent that bad boy off to the creative director and the president, and just, after I sent it, I was all, okay, it's out there in the universe. Because, we all have those New Year's resolutions. And that year I had resolved that I was not going to put up my own barriers, that I was not going to be the person that was telling myself no, because it was a reflective moment that was something I needed to have help on. I was noticing that a lot of things that were holding me back, that I was like, they don't want me, actually was, I didn't have any foundation of a recall of like, who actually did tell me that? No one told me. I had oppressed myself.
Okay.
I mean, not to like go too deep on you, but that's like where I just feel like it's important to talk about how you actually get to the place where you feel empowered enough to speak your mind and own a space and not dull yourself down. And that's what ended up getting me to this place. And beautifully, we had, after a lot of conversations, they said, yes, like, Ashley, you should be the one to bring an artistry lens to this space. You should be bringing your, 19 years of experience of helping out people of all ages, races, and sexes, and what have you, and bring all of that knowledge into this place. And it's just been such a cool thing to walk into and to be trusted and to do. And I'm just really proud of the things that we've been working on.
Wow. Oh, okay. So wait, what time is it? Because we already getting the bombs dropped. Okay. Like,
that was such an amazing story that I'm so captivated to write you wrote your own story. You directed yourself to the top. That's amazing.
I love that. I love that. Nia, I'm coming to you next, though. I'm pretty sure you have just an amazing story, too. How did you start in this career as well?
So I started off actually as a graphic designer at a newspaper. I majored in magazine journalism, and I always wanted to work in a magazine. And I went to a small newspaper at first, and I realized very quickly that it wasn't for me. So I dropped everything and I moved to New York City. And the first internship that I got was actually, I was thinking about this when you sent me the questions. My first internship in New York was at Suede magazine, and I don't know if we remember Suede.
I love Suede. Yes,
we love Suede. Everybody who remembers
Suede, that cover with Eve on it.
I have it stacked somewhere. Yes. So we all remember Suede, and like that was my first introduction into the magazine industry, and it was fabulous. It was fabulous. And then they quickly folded. It was owned by Essence for a little while. They quickly folded. And then I just, I wanted to stay in magazines. So I moved over to a bunch of mainstream women's magazines you listed them, like Real Simple and Women's Health and Latina. I always love working in the women's space, like Women's Health and lifestyle magazines. But I always ended up, for me, Essence and Jet and Ebony, those are the Black publications, and those are the ones that we have. And there's 3 of them, and there's thousands of magazines that are considered mainstream. So I was in mainstream magazines for quite some time, until my last mainstream magazine. I felt that I and Black creatives were not appreciated, hired, blocked completely. And so I started my own company. I started helping like Black women market themselves, figure out what they wanted to do, and help them with their creative, and help them with their logos and their websites, and get them like streamlined to start what they wanted to do. And then filled in on a maternity leave at Essence for a little while for a break. And here I am 2 years later.
Wow. Y'all, this is amazing. Yes, hand claps for all of you guys. Like, this is amazing. First of all, can I just get into all the melanin that's on the screen right now?
Can I get into Ashley's beat? I wasn't ready, but Yuli, look, this beat and this background is fabulous.
Amazing. Like,
thank you. We need to have a chat later. We can do some live tutorials.
Oh my God.
We need to talk about it. We do need to talk about it.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to be in on that conversation, guys, just so y'all know. My first question to you guys is, so let's start getting into it. My first question is, Black creatives are really breaking new ground in the photo industry, but I wonder if jobs such as creative directors jobs are having an influx of Black talent as well. What are your thoughts on that? Go with Nia first.
I've seen an influx of Black creative directors. I've seen a lot of smaller brands employ creative directors, where smaller brands will sometimes bring in like freelance help or graphic designers every once in a while. They're realizing the importance of having one person there to manage the look and the feel of your brand consistently. And I think that while a lot of larger publications, a lot of larger companies have not quite tapped into the Black creative talent there, I find that a lot of smaller companies have. I've worked, like, my first covers was working with Alicia Keys, and her creative director was with her on set, and her team was so diverse. I think, and Marlo Hampton, she came through Essence offices. She has a Black creative director. She has a Black photographer hired, following her around everywhere. And I think that we're looking for people who can help bring our vision to life. And I think that I've seen a lot of smaller companies really, really embrace Black creative directors right now. I don't know what's going on with mainstream America. I'm very lucky to be working at Essence Magazine, where we promote Black talent. I've never seen anything like that before. It's the first time that the questions, that there are real questions where we are searching out the talent, and other publications don't do that. And so there's so many creatives that whose work will never see the light of day. Photographers, stylists, prop stylists, makeup artists, hairstylists, who are so talented, but because they're not connected and because they, so it's my job to put them out there for Essence. And I hope that if other companies were to start, thinking about diversity, just start thinking about diversity. Like you can come to Essence, feel free to read our credits, feel free to take our hairstylist, feel free to reach out to our talent, so that you can make sure that that your brand is not tone deaf, that your brand is reaching everyone you need to reach.
Yes. Ashley, what are your thoughts?
That's beautifully stated. Just to even dovetail off of that last statement, I feel like just to drop the piece of the importance of making sure that the talent that you're hiring backstage to support a shoot can do it all. That, don't leave the talent that has, textured hair left to, the wayside. Like, there needs to be a specialist there to support and handle that type of hair, and make it and do a ethnic and hair textural celebration or rethink of the general creative without the extra straightening and without the extra, taking the texture out and deleting that. I think that I'm just really loving that, having the ability. I just want to empower people to ask for that extra budget, ask for that extra expertise to come forward. But it is true. I would say that I'm also very blessed to work for MAC, and it's also a Lauder brand. They're extremely diverse, and I don't know. We have other vendors come and see us, and we have meetings with other people, and they're just like, whoa, looking around and just saying, like, I haven't walked into a corporate space that looks like this. Like, it is really looking like the United Nations in here. And it shocks me because I am in a bit of a bubble when it comes to that, because I've worked for the brand for 19 years. However, it's just a beautiful thing to even see that at the corporate level, there's incredible opportunity. Like, I love that our new chief global operating marketing officer, VP of marketing, she's of African descent. We're all like creating a space. There is a beautiful influx of talent, and it's very much so top of mind. There's an entire department that's focused on inclusion and diversity when it comes to MAC and to Estee Lauder. And so I think that I'm hoping that people, if someone is shocked or surprised, that you should be looking for finding positions with brands that that as long as they're only looking at your talent, that they're not, that anything else is a non-issue. And it's just really cool to be a part of mentorship programs that are, again, a part of our network that are focusing on historical Black colleges. Like, I'm on a mentorship program with Howard University. It's called the 21 Business Program. And again, it's like, those are the type of progressive mindsets that and that we all should be mandating, or, holding our people to a higher standard, because the things that brands can be doing, they can be helping young Black talent. They can support a framework where people can thrive and grow and learn and, have access to not only other Black creatives, but to and beyond,
Wow. Okay. Y'all already brought the heat. I love it. Why is it so important for us to be in the room at that, because to me, creative directing that's a decision process, and you're making the decisions on set. Why, that's a whole different, I come from the makeup side. To me, that's different, a different level of power in the room. Why is it so important for us to be in that room? Ashley, I'm gonna go with you first on this one.
Okay, I mean, it's important because we bring a certain lens of sensitivity and awareness to ensure that not only is whomever the marketing target is, because when you work for for us, like our credo is all ages, all races, all genders.
Yes.
And so having a sensitivity and having more diverse board members and more diverse creative directors, it just allows for no leaf to be left unturned. We have to have sensitivity to, just like the conversation I was just having about hair texture, or ensuring that, something is translating properly, or, just making sure that you're hiring the right people on set and people who can light properly for deeper skin tones, or, and we're sensitive to that. We have a different level of sensitivity that needs to be present for a company to truly evolve and be diverse, and not just claim it, but truly celebrate people of all skin tones and have everyone looking like a dream. Like that is the importance of having, a diverse sector of directors working for you.
Yes, I love that. I love that. Nia, what are your thoughts on it? Because I know you want to get into it. Look at,
she's ready.
I just wanted to piggyback on some of the things that you just said. So here's the thing for me. As a creative director, I'm in the room with like my editor-in-chief when we're first starting to talk about an idea. And I think it's so important. When she's talking about, we're doing a fashion story about suits. I'm trying to figure out, we're doing a black and white story. I'm casting models in my head. I'm casting at essence, I'm casting all Black models, but I'm making sure that I have a range of skin tone. My boss is like, get it, maybe someone who has freckles. We want to represent everyone. Let's make sure we have natural hair. Let's make sure we represent the girls who have relaxers. We're going to make sure that we have like a plus size. We're going to make sure that we run a gamut, because we make sure that we want every single person to feel included when they come to the magazine. No one should feel like they don't see themselves. Yeah. And this is a conversation that's always at the forefront of our mind, is how can we make sure that everyone sees themselves? Yeah. And I do not think that a lot of companies have that conversation when they are putting their brand, when they're putting their creative together. I see, and from working at other publications that I am hesitant to speak about, I've been in the room where, as the only Black woman in the room, you sit there sweating like, is anyone else here? How are we having these discussions? I had a creative director walking by to cast a story about a fitness story. And I'm still shaken up about it a little bit. She was like, yeah, we should get a colored girl in there. And I was like, wait. I was like, what you mean is you want to diversify the story a little bit. And instead of all the white blonde models that we have casted right now, you want to diversify the story so that we can have some representation. But what you don't mean is that you want to get some colored girls in the story, because it makes me feel like the colored girl was an afterthought. I'm not a colored girl, number one, and the colored girl was an afterthought, and let's just throw her in. Those type of things, they hurt. I've been at magazines where there's a conversation about, from a very, very white publication, a very, very old white publication, about decorating with cotton and the history of cotton in the country.
Wow.
And it's a story that we should talk about, but maybe we talk about it a little bit and figure out how to make it sensitive. Maybe we don't do it. But we talk about it. But it's hard to be in those rooms.
And maybe we include the whole entire history of cotton and not leave out, and not leave out the part that they don't want to read. You know what I mean? So yeah.
What did you say? I said you better show them the receipts.
Yes, let's look at the history of this. And so, from being in those situations and being the creative director in those rooms, it's important. It's important for anyone to voice concern, for anyone to say, hey, that's a red flag, because there's a group of people who might feel a certain way about that. It's just important for us to be in the room. I'm casting the prop stylists, I'm casting the photographers. And like you said, getting the lighting right on my shoot is everything. Nothing a lot of things matter, but for me, the way that skin glistens on a beauty store, the way that hair, the way those curls are popping, that we actually catch those textures and make sure that, you know, it starts from the hairstylist, the makeup side, and we have to put the right teams together. And I hope that brands who have issues with this, any of the brands that we've seen hashtag for insensitive campaigns, I would just hope that they would feel free to reach out to some of the beauty experts. There's, I mean, we have several here. Like we have Julie Wilson, we have like Vernon Francois, we have creatives who are out here trying to educate. So if you haven't done it at this point, I would say that it's because the companies aren't interested in diversifying, and they're not interested in having that in the room.
Wow. Okay. Yes. Right, Ashley? It's like you got to do the head turn on that one. So why have these types of roles traditionally been overlooked as an option or as an why have these roles been overlooked as an option for Black creatives? Because it took, I'm going to be real with y'all. I tried to book this segment, but I had the hardest time finding people. And shout out to Moana Lou at Essence Magazine. And I was just like, is it just me? Maybe is it my network that is not, expanded? Or is it really hard to actually find Black creatives that are creative directors? Who wants to go first? Whoever wants to go first. Like, you can be real with me and be like, no, you didn't try hard enough.
I don't think that. I don't want to speak for. I mean, I'm sure Nia, you're gonna have a different mindset on this because you started off as a graphic designer. I think like you're starting there. I don't think that it's broadcasted enough as a job scope, like as a career path in the Black community, as art and as a sustainable and joyful and I guess like one of those job titles that someone can feel proud to own. It's not really discussed enough in my opinion. Of all of just like the different layers of creativity in general, like not even just graphic design in itself, like writing, art directing. I mean, the list goes on, and animation, all the things, styling, even going all the way down the film and photography and video career path. There's a whole massive job field day that people could be having and exploring. And so, but just like any other job, you have to put in the work and get the experience and understand how to run a team, what you're marketing for, and understand marketing and understand what the visual strategy is that lines up to something being successful. And so that takes time to develop that skill set. And so, that's all that I can say is that there may not have been, hopefully there's a new generation that's coming that understands all of their opportunity and, is asking for those internships and asking for that feedback. Because I mean, that's just like a whole another conversation, is being open to feedback and asking what it's going to take to get yourself in that type of role, and also making sure that the organization's culture is set up for success for you to do that.
Okay. Nia?
All of the above. Everything you just said. And the one that hit me hardest was, at least for my generation, like, I don't know if when I was in college, or high school, if anyone pushed me into the arts. When I think about it, I had a little composition notebook, and the two magazines that my mom got were Essence and Better Homes and Gardens. And so I used to cut pictures out of what I wanted my house to look like. I used to cut pictures out of what I wanted my hair to look like and put them together. And when I went back like 30 years later, I had put together like a magazine. And I wonder if my mother ever saw that. My mother, or if anyone ever saw that and noticed it, like maybe a creative career might have been good for her. And I didn't know that art direction was an option. I didn't know that the careers existed. I didn't know that videography was a thing. I didn't know I was going to go and major in journalism or marketing or something that I can get a job. I think that's what a lot of young Black students are pushed into. You have to make a living. And when you start talking to your parents about being an artist or a writer, or it just sounds like poor. So I do think that we need to let these kids know that the careers are out there, and that majoring in art, majoring in journalism, majoring in visual communications, like there are careers out there. I think the new generation, they've got it. They have completely skipped the internship level. They're going directly in to start their own brands and then show up to me like, hi, here's a magazine that I created. Here's my website. Here's my social platform. I did it all myself, and now I'm ready for a job. And they're ready for the job.
I love that, because they you know, at one point when we first were coming up in our careers, everyone was talking about how a lot of the young people didn't go through the same things that we went through. Like for me, they didn't assist, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm not mad at them. Like, and, you know, like, yes, there are some things that I feel like, you know, they could pick up by going through the same channels, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm not mad at them for creating their own lane, for going around and not having to go through the front door. They went through the side and created their own shit. You know what I mean? Pardon my language, but it's true, you know? So it's just like, hey, you touched on that, Nia, in terms of family support in this, because like you said, a lot of times when you go into a creative field, especially as a Black person, your family is like, you gonna do what now?
Yes, I'm seeing the comments come through at the bottom. Caribbean parents don't support it. Like, it's very true. They don't consider it to be something. It sounds like you want to play around. You want to write. Like, how are you going to be freelance? You're not going to have a full-time job. Like, you're going to wait for your checks to come in. You're not going to have health insurance. All of that sounds like wrong to all of our parents. I think that they're starting to come around. Even my mother, it took her forever. She was like, you're going to do what? Like, Essence? Like, no, it was Essence. It was only Essence that I was at Martha Stewart. I was a Latina. He was like, you're playing around with like arts and colors, and like you talk about photo shoots. I don't really like. She came to a photo shoot. She saw me working. It took a lot, and I was 15 years into the industry. That like, I think we have to shake a little bit of what our parents are saying and just let that go a little bit. He just keeps seeing the comments come in about parents being like, you know, a motivator to help push us into certain careers, and to also let you know about certain careers. We should be telling a doctor or a lawyer, or a creative director or an art director or a model or a photographer. Like, there are so many avenues for us to get into.
I mean, because I think also, like, we also have to, we also know what our parents went through growing up as well. So I understand the level of, like, they want you to be safe, you know, and they want you to get that, you know, like that safe job. I understand that, but I do agree, Nia, it's time for us to really challenge that way of thinking, and like, art to me is, it really allows people to really to think outside of themselves and create something that's bigger than themselves, and provide. And also, like, I was just talking earlier in the panel a couple of days ago, when it's like, to me, it also helps with mental health. Like, certain things, like if you can create, you know, then to me it's like you find a way to heal yourself, you know. So,
it's an outlet. It is an outlet.
Yes.
And I think that we should be encouraged to, like, pick it up as a hobby. At the very end, you can't go ahead and major in a thing and pay for your child as a kid. Just pick it up as a hobby. I think about my mom. My mom was a social worker and like a vice president of like doing things that she seemed to hate my whole life, but would come into her quiet room and then just do calligraphy all day. And be so happy. Like, it's an outlet. It's a vein for happiness. And I feel that we're so busy running our households, to be honest. Like, we're so busy, like, you know, trying to figure out what's next, and having some of those creative outlets is not always so easy, but.
Ashley, what are your thoughts on this?
You know what, I completely agree. I think that there's just like beautiful work processes of, taking, 15 minutes at a time to doodle in a journal. Like there's beautiful art exercises that one can do just to release your mind and have a space, a safe place for your brain to go to think and exercise a different muscle. It strengthens the other sides. And I believe that, exactly what you said, there's just a bit of, we need more exposure. I feel like exposure is everything, and curiosity is everything. And just getting in there and not feeling the need to be perfect, or not feeling the need to, or the embarrassment of like starting a new interest. I just feel like we have been, those barriers have been put up on all actions, even hobbies, of how we spend our time or how we spend our anything. Like when it comes to a career path, and like we should be instilling the power to take risks in our children young, like when they're in their teens and 20s, like they have the time to figure things out and challenge them and give them the ability to fail forward. If you like, we talk a lot about, we always want people to be a champion of their word. We want your children to be a champion of their word and be reliable and, have tenacity and pull up bootstraps, but it shouldn't be a banner of shame or something that someone should toil over on, like whether or not something does or doesn't feel good. If a career path doesn't feel good, change it. Explore it. We all have, it's 2020, people are living lives longer than ever. And I'm supposed to be on this planet for 100 years. I expected to do the same thing the entire time. There are pinpoints where we should be, it's okay to pivot.
Yes.
It's okay to find something new.
Yes.
And, just preparing our stamina for change, I feel like is more healthy than setting roots in something that, and holding on to something that makes you unhappy.
Well, you just touched on what this is about. The ABE Summit is about. It's about pivoting. And I know right now a lot of people are into the pivot or thinking about their pivots. What are your thoughts, Nia? I know, okay, first of all, you guys pivoted hard with that Essence cover recently. Okay.
Okay,
that was for real. Like that's a pivot.
Yep. That was a pivot. Listen, we stay ready. As the creative director, you stay ready. You just you have to be ready for anything. I wasn't ready for this. I'm ready for almost everything. I am a planner. I got plan A, plan B, plan C. I got an extra studio on hold. I am ready. Nothing could have prepared us for this.
Wow.
This was a lot. But yeah, we all, as creatives, we just figure it out.
Yes. How did that come about though? Like were you guys like, oh, we're gonna, you know what I mean? Or rather, I know you can't go into like all the details with that, but what advice would you give someone in terms of pivoting during this time?
I can go into the details of it as much as I can.
All right. Well, I'm all here.
So, and so we were planning to shoot Naomi, and it's her 50th birthday. It was the Essence 50th anniversary cover, which is what makes this so interesting to me. We've been talking about this in January. We've been planning. We've been meetings and hashtags and logos and stories and all the things. We were so excited. And then literally COVID hit. I don't know if you saw the story of my editor-in-chief told how she actually herself contracted COVID.
Moana, yes.
Yes, Moana. We're working in a team and putting this all together, and all of a sudden she's sick, and
wow.
We're all on Zoom calls, and all of our magazines and our reference things are in the office, and we're all at home trying to figure out how to log on to Zoom. So eventually we spoke to Naomi. She was more than happy to shoot everything on iPhone. We messengered iPhones. We messengered her a videographer in a full hazmat suit. She's a huge journalist, rightfully so, and she's been posting a lot about it. And so the fact that she was even willing to do this for us on such short notice. Our cover was due to the printer on Saturday at 6:00 at night, and Naomi shot her cover on Thursday.
Wow.
there were some things that we couldn't use. And so our photo director got on the phone with Naomi and convinced her to reshoot her cover. Immediately, I don't know how she got hair, makeup, everything, got the shots that we needed. They drove them to the photo director's house, waited downstairs. He logged everything onto the computer. They took the machines back because I don't know if they trusted us with those. And that's how it happened. And then for the next 24 hours, we were on a Zoom call with our editor and all of the team, and sharing my screen, designing it, trying to figure out what are the cover lines. And we did it within like maybe 24 hours.
Woo!
That was a pivot.
That was not bad.
Whoa.
That was like a trophy, like the pivot of the year trophy. Wow.
I feel like it was all a blur. It was all a blur. Like, oh, you know, the pictures she took are low res. We can't use them in the magazine. Like, okay, now what? You know, like, okay, now we'll make it smaller. Like, this is the first time that we had an inset on our cover. And graphically, it was beautiful. And also necessity. Because, you know, when you have people shooting their own covers without high res photography, you know, things happen. So,
wow. Okay. That's amazing. Actually,
I'm over here sweating.
I'm like,
I appreciate it. I know you understand.
For real. I was like just as soon as you just said making like they came in low res, like that just made my heart.
Yeah.
My heart hurt because that res is.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, Miss Campbell.
Yeah.
We did this whole shoot, but we need you to do it again and change the settings.
Wow. That's a testament. Yeah. That's yes. Ashley, what are your thoughts about pivoting at this point right now?
I feel like this is one of those times where pivots are exciting and pivots are welcomed. Disruption is all around us. And so people should be, I would say, take off the training wheels and lean in, you know, pick up something that you haven't done before, do something. Everyone's waiting for it. No one's mad. And this is the best time to act up and pivot hard. Because the appetite is high. Everyone is reflecting. Everyone is wanting to escape. Everyone is exploring new parts of their brains. And so this is one of those, I feel like a artistic renaissance time.
You're so right. I have seen so much creativity, and it's bred from us having these talents that you never have the time because you're working full time or you're doing anything, and now you're sitting at home. And my friend is sharing, she cooks. She was just walking me through how to cook some meals. Now all of a sudden she has 45 people in an Instagram live and a whole cooking show and a cooking book coming out. There's comedians at home doing Instagram stories, doing interview. I mean, I've seen so much. You're right. Now is the time. We are a captive audience. You have a captive audience of the entire world. And it's time to take advantage. And I also want to say it is also a really great time to rest. I have seen so much creative burnout right now. I've seen, even amongst like my own team, some days I can respond to all of your emails and I'm right here wide awake. And some days I'm tired of looking at these four walls. And I need a second. And so I think that like absolutely log into the things that you want to share, log into the things that you're passionate about, that you now have your own forum to share everything with, but also rest, sleep, write down, come back tomorrow, do it when you feel like you can. I don't want all our creatives to be burnt out when this is all over.
That's so important. That's so important, is to rest.
I totally agree with you on that. I am curious now, when you guys are in the rooms that we're traditionally not in, what does it look like? And is that where the real power lies, is in those rooms? Ashley, what do you think?
You know, I think it's, that's why I feel as though investigation in a brand's culture is so important. Because I don't want to waffle on my answer, but sometimes it isn't. Sometimes the power is there. Sometimes it's not. It just depends on how the brand works and if they have touch points. If a leader chooses to inform themselves and create equality from every chair, like if there's leadership from every chair and that capacity to do that, then it makes a beautiful space, and you can rely on better answers and more informed answers. I think that right now it's hard for leadership to not do that because it's a liability if they don't.
Yeah.
And that's a new wave of what's happening right now. And so I think I'm getting to my answer for you, Joy, is that those rooms are interesting because if it's a small brand, I see that happening. If it's a small brand and everyone has to be a subject matter expert at everything, that's one thing. But if you work at some place like a global brand like at MAC, there has to be a lot of players in the room because everyone is brought in for their specialty. So though our rooms are very interesting because they're very much so cross-functional, they're very collaborative because we have to create space for those people to inform and speak up so that we come up with the coolest, smartest creative. But that does lengthen the timeline. So when it comes in terms of speed, more people in the room, slow it down. More people in the room, it slows you down, but there's more touch points and security blankets to ensure that there are fewer mess ups. But sometimes the most dynamic and innovative things come from really small teams. And there's power in the room all the way around. It's just how does the brand function?
Yes. Okay. Nia, what are your thoughts?
We have to be in the room, in all the rooms. At least, I agree with what you said about the rooms that slow the process down. So many ideas and I think that the smaller groups, when you're actually working on like the production and the execution of the thing, for me, there's a lot of power in the room where the ideas come, but also there's a lot of power in the execution of the ideas, which is at other companies that I've worked at, because Essence obviously is not a problem, but at other companies where I've worked at, that if there were any ideas that were proposed that needed to be modified a little bit, then on set, I can make some of those decisions, and we're in real time. And I think that there's a lot of power there. Whereas maybe the direction for the hair was one thing, we want straight hair and maybe she can have some blonde highlights. And then we get on set and the girl has beautiful natural curls, and I can make that decision on set to pop off her natural curls and show her real texture and explain it later. But these are the pictures that we have, and these are the pictures that we're gonna have to run. And, there are tiny things like that when you're in the room, like, you hire a Black stylist and all of a sudden, like, you have some brands that some, companies might have never heard about, like some Black owned brands, some smaller Black owned brands, some brands from the diaspora that you would never hear about it unless those people are in the room and on the set and doing the things in real time.
So true.
Yes.
With that said, how can we shift? Because a lot of times I feel like a lot of Black creators, especially a lot of Black women creators, they don't feel comfortable in rooms with people that don't look like us. So if you want to work in that environment, how do we then become comfortable and stake our claim and hold our power and have our presence felt in those rooms without shrinking and being like, oh, I'm like, how do you guys feel me on that? Like, I have, like, what do you think, Ashley? I see both of y'all look.
Listen, I have very little to say about this. I'm gonna pass this right to Ashley because I was being in those spaces I was not successful there.
Gotcha. Okay.
And, I do not know how to cracked the code for how to be successful there. I have had dreadlocks for the last 20 years. And every time I walk into a room, people are like, she might be too black. Like, you know, I left that industry after like 15 years of having, forgive me, like a lot of white women say a lot of crazy things to me. And I said, I can't take it.
Go ahead.
I don't want to do it anymore. And so Essence is where, so Ashley, please tell, like, just in case things don't, like, in case I got to walk into a white room again, you tell me what to do. I don't know. No answers.
You know what, this is a really important conversation to have, because I hear that and I feel that, and I have been on my own natural hair journey as someone who discovered their natural hair in their 30s and was in awe of it and was wondering why I hadn't gotten used to it before, and all of these things. And in working in a space even now, because I wear the biggest, most ostentatious head wraps, and I do rock my fro in all of its fullness. I will say that I have a lot of sidebar conversations with others in our building on, I wouldn't have done that. And people did that really made me hold my breath and say, why am I not being whoever I choose to be and holding my head up in that space? And I will say this, I have a very high tolerance for foolishness. Because
teach me your ways. Talk about this.
Because I do get comments every now and then, and I do get things where I'm like, that's not okay. Yeah. And I do ask questions of, someone will be like, someone will be like, oh my gosh, that I just love. It's even just people not understanding that it's a head wrap. And they'll say, well, what is it? Is it a head? Is it a hat? What do I call it? And I'm like, that's such a good question to ask. I try to validate good questions, and and that's my process, is I validate good questions and empower people to not be afraid to ask for clarification before making a rude assumption. And then if someone does make an assumption about me or does make a comment about me, I then turn it towards a emotional reaction. So if someone says to me, oh, well, that's different. Well, you just come in with the biggest. And I'm like, and how does that make you feel when you see me come in with self-expression?
Okay.
Very good.
And then that takes them, then they backpedal. And then when they backpedal, it's just a process of showing grace rather than showing malice. So when someone realizes that you could have gone off on them, realize the back step. And I'll just say, I understand when you don't see something like this walk into the room all the time. And I said, but you have to appreciate the courage that it takes for someone to do that. And a simple acknowledgement of its beauty or silence is okay. And then they'll say, okay. But then, I think it's beautiful. I'm like, well, then I think you should lead with that comment. Lead with that.
Yes. So that's really okay.
So where do you live that you've never seen a head wrap? Like what media do you, like, what are you reading? What are you watching that you have never seen a head wrap? And again, like, you to approach it from a place of compassion and like education, I think that that's absolutely the best way to go, because wherever you live in this place where you've never seen a head wrap and you have to ask someone a question about it, like, you obviously need some form of an education. And I think that the compassion is, I think that that's the key.
I think the same thing. I was like, come on. What planet are you from?
Right.
And then I started thinking about like all of these really tight loops we all live in. We think about our workspace, like from my doorstep to my office. When you're in New York, you're on the subway. It's hard not to find it. But if you're from some part of the world where you're always in a bubble, like you're in your garage, you're driving in your own car, you're getting out in the parking lot, and you go straight to your desk.
Mm-hmm.
You're working long hours, and then you're watching CNN or whatever, local news. Our appearance, our ethnic culture does not exist in those spaces. I wish I could wake up in the morning and see my weather forecaster in a head wrap and with our natural hair. Like that just doesn't, I don't see our common places filled up with our ancestral heritage and representation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem. And that's why you need to have Black creative directors in every single room.
Yeah.
Not just so that we see ourselves, it's so that they see us also in all of our iterations, so that you don't have to ask. I'm more than happy to answer questions, but so that you are just a little bit more educated about locks. So it's a little bit more so that someone walking into the room with the afro does not just blow you away. You've seen it before. It's commonplace. That actually is how our hair grows out of our head naturally. I know you didn't know that, but you know, I'm floored by I think that the fact that we have so many people, so many non-Black people who don't know so many things about our culture, even if it's just our simple beauty, like just your natural hair.
Yeah. Well, I think my personal thoughts on that is that it's hard for Black people to exist in this country without coming in contact with non-Black people. I don't think it's hard for non-Black people to exist without coming in contact with Black people. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if it's whole towns that might not have a Black person in it, you know, and it still exists in this, in right now during this age, which is like mind-boggling. You would think that that's not the truth, but it's still whole entire towns and whole entire cities that you may not come across a Black person because like they live, like Ashley said, live in their bubble, and they, you know, and they might not travel the world. They might not have a point of reference to actually go and seek out information on someone else or another culture, you know? So I think that, I mean, that's not an excuse. Please understand. I'm not saying that at all, because it's not. But I do think that it's much harder for us to exist not seeing them versus them not seeing us, you know? True. So yeah, what were you gonna say, Mia?
Oh, no, I agree 1,000%. I think that there are lots of people who live in those spaces. But and like I used to work in a newspaper in Charlotte, North Carolina, so I know those people. I might be the only Black person that you've ever met, and let alone talk to on a daily basis. So, but the people that I speak to are in New York City. The people who I've encountered who have, you know, different views and who've never seen us, like
and that's wild. That now, because that has happened. That is now that, because I think people also have an idea of New York as being this melting pot, but it also is this place where people live in their four corners of their neighborhoods. You know, and while people think that that's, you know, like the melting pot, everyone's thriving together, people only see each other because they have to sometimes. And it could be very like, you know, like neighborhood vibe, you know, block vibe. Like, it's like I sometimes don't see actual people going outside of themselves to really learn and understand other people, you know? So I think sometimes we get a misconception about New York City in particular, you know, and think that it's more diverse, which it is, but not in the minds of some people here.
It can be quite segregated. I do completely agree with that. And, you know, I just want to definitely just say that no one should ever, you know, be tolerant of disrespect or
because sometimes we got to open the bag up on somebody, you know?
Yeah, totally. I mean, of course. I mean, and that's, and you know, and all of us staying strong in the fact that if this is a repeat situation, like, you know, it goes without saying that, you know, one comment is one thing, but when someone starts constantly coming at you with this and with that underlying, when it starts feeling like a hostile work environment, we need to make sure that we're educating ourselves on our HR rights, on our equality rights, and that and be unapologetic about holding people to a higher standard, and that and asking for things like diversity trainings and sensitivity trainings. And those are real things that employers should be providing so that people can be informed, because it's not our duty to educate anyone.
Yes.
The information is out there. It's just about respect in general. But I'm just saying that, again, if the energy is right, because we all know what that energy is.
Yeah.
Right. And it's, again, an ignorant comment that doesn't have that energy. That's that at certain levels of reaction. But I just want to say that no one should be dulling their shine. No one should be thinking whether or not they should wear that beautiful wax fabric, or if they should be wearing earrings that, you know, celebrate the shape of Africa, or if they should wear the highest head wrap. No, like, do not dull yourself. Like, this is our culture.
Yes.
There is no shame or questioning that. And enjoy it, and we should enjoy it and learn. And if we don't know it, we should educate ourselves. I mean, and this is coming from someone who, again, I did not know how to do this 8 years ago, but through the process of learning and wanting to discover myself more, I learned how, and I educated myself and learned how to do a good twist out, because that's a whole art form.
Yeah.
Right. I mastered that flat iron. I had to master it.
Braiding is an art form. All of that is art. It's like, whoa. Yes, I agree. Listen, guys. So this is a great conversation. I did allot time for questions. So if you guys have questions, please definitely put it in the chat box. Is this issue on stands? The Naomi Campbell issue.
It's on stands. It should be on stands everywhere. I think that our subscribers definitely have it. There have been there's some holdup with like the mailing, like when we were mailing, COVID was slowing the postal service down a little bit, but it's supposed to be on stands. May 12th was the date.
Oh, okay.
So you can find it.
Awesome. I would like to ask Nia how she prefers to be contacted when artists like myself want to work with her.
Ooh, what kind of artist? Is she a makeup artist?
We'll find out.
I would reach out to, we have an email address, and I will figure out what it is, art and photo at Essence. I'll figure out the exact one. But we take submissions all the time. We're actually right now working on, because again, we're pivoting for the next 2 issues. Probably we're going to be producing them remotely, which means no big photo shoots. So like, I've had photographers reach out to me with suggested projects that, you know, you're not shooting right now, but I'll shoot this remotely, or makeup artists come and they're working on a project at home and they want to shoot it and send it to us, or makeup artists who are doing YouTube channels and like tutorials. We're featuring all that right now because we're trying to let everyone know, you know, other places to get content. So I will figure out that email address. I will give it to you so that you can pass it off to that reader. But we take submissions, and I welcome them. Send me your portfolio. Send me your links. I need them now more than ever.
I love it. I'm gonna shoot that question out to Ashley as well, because Ashley does a lot of digital content. So that is a job right there, and she's gonna need people for that. If you know, and then Mac does a lot of stuff. So Ashley,
100%. I have to. How are we giving content through this, Joy? Is there a way for me to do a follow-up?
If you want,
I have the production team is the ones who do all of my hiring. However, you know what?
How about you? If you want, you could definitely send me the information, or if you have it now, I could put it up on the screen. We could write it out real quick and put it up on the screen.
Okay.
Or I could also put it in the newsletter that I send out too. So it's.
I'm going to type it right here because.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Caitlin, you're going to email Caitlin. Caitlin is going to. We always have a big conversation about, you know, casting and hiring the right makeup and hair, just like we have the same casting process and pitch process for what directors and photographers we work with. So that would be perfect.
Okay. I'm going to move to the next question while you're typing that in. And then Have either of you ever had the moment that you felt you needed someone white in your corner based off of your current and past professional interaction with Black and brown folks in the industry? Interesting question, James Sherrill. Nia, I'm going to ask you to answer that.
Have I ever felt the need to have someone white in my corner?
I guess like if maybe if something like a conflict maybe arose or something like that. Maybe
this might be always. And I'm sorry that I have to say it, but like in certain rooms, in certain places, you have to have a white advocate. I talk to my sister, my brother about this all the time. If you're in a space where people, you know, do not celebrate diversity, then you need a co-signer, someone to be like, yes, I vouch for her. And I don't want that. I don't need that. But I've absolutely been in situations where I had to have someone have my back. HR has to have your back. Your direct superiors have to have your back. And like, as horrible as it sounds, like we joke about how horrible it is just to have a white advocate to like just vouch for you sometimes. And I hate it. We joke about it, but there's a reality to it.
Yeah. And that's where I guess the term allies come in. Cause you know, like, I guess you would need to have someone to say something or whatever. What about you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nia.
Sorry, but here's the thing for the Martha Stewart cotton picking story. I can talk until I'm blue in the face about how in the moment when I first heard it, it doesn't feel right to me. And I cannot articulate all the words right now. Give me a second. Okay, I have all the words and now I'm telling you why this is wrong. And I'm getting blank stares. I need somebody white to be like, she has a point. Did you know that there was slavery? I need like, so there was another Black woman in the room, us talking to you about how we feel about the history of cotton and slavery and I need someone else to be like, hey, by the way, slavery did happen and it still affects us today. And people are still concerned about this. And you could think about that. And it helps. Then all of a sudden they're like, oh, somebody who looks like me is actually, now I can understand.
Yes. Yeah. Ashley, you have thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, 100%. I think that, man, I think it sounds so much more real and graphic to call it ally because it just shows the level that the true intention behind that. I think that just talking about strategy in general and wanting to work in a community and a workplace where you feel successful and where you have to get alignment. And so again, like if you want to have, sometimes for me, I have to monitor my energy levels. And so sometimes framing something and spinning something in a way that allows me to feel not oppressed, but empowered is to say, I'm going to align with these 3 people before I walk into this meeting on these 4 points. I'm going to sit next to, I'm going to make sure that I set myself up for success before the meeting and walk over bullet points so that I can enter into a room knowing that I'm on the same page where we all can validate one another's conversation and support one another's conversation. So there's no surprises or even, and again, and this is just Ashley's guide to being in a room and saying like, and getting an idea to come across and to be achieved and for everyone to be on the same page and find holes in my own presentation to say, okay, is this making sense? Like, this is truly what I'm trying to get across. Is that coming across? And for someone to be like, no, I'm lost. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that means I need to, approach this in a different way. And so having a strategy for sure is essential in anything, especially in your career path. You have to set expectations. You have to ask tough questions and you have to say, hey, this is my goal. I'm trying to have this chair. You need to inform me, and it's people's responsibility as your manager to grow your career path. It's not for you to stay where you are and be good at where you are. It's about you truly, in setting that expectation that I'm expecting to grow, I'm here to accomplish this. This is where this next stone is leading me. And also be prepared to hear real feedback and take real action upon that, because I have seen it, and I feel like it's important to call this out, is that not all feedback is racially driven. I see unfortunately some people not growing because they refuse to take the feedback from someone else who's not Black, or they find offense in the feedback. And I think that we have to also like look at it full circle on, am I a fertile ground to plant seeds of positivity?
Yes, fertile ground.
Am I going to be someone who's resistant to all feedback, which ends up hurting me? It hurts your development. And so, there's going to be curmudgeons out there. There's going to be grouches. There's going to be people who are not there. But, everyone get as much information as you can and grow. And if that is not a place for you to grow, move on. You don't want to play a game that's rigged.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I gotta write that down.
Right? I'm like, fertile ground. What? Okay. Okay. All right. In the meantime, let me pick this up really quickly and circle back to this is who you would contact in order to possibly work with Ashley and the MAC team on some shoots or anything else. So
hey, that's the team. That's the team that does all of that. They are the production team. They line up all of that stuff. So
yeah, and I love this.
They channel it. So please reach out to Caitlin and give them your info and all of your details.
I love this because you guys aren't like being gatekeeper-ish. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I feel like it becomes a very gatekeeper mentality where it's like, well, you have to go through this to go through that, or what, jump through these hoops. And this is great because you guys are open books. I love that. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys for that. So just so you know.
You know what? I'm also going to say, I'm just always a DM away. Like I check my DMs. Like you can find me on Instagram.
Awesome.
I'm looking for more Black creators, like
nice,
full-blown Black creators. I need to. Where are you?
Yes, you guys.
Same.
Right they are right here. You heard it here. Well, you hear it everywhere probably, but you hear it here. They are looking for Black creatives, and that is the whole point of the ABE Summit, is that I want Black creatives to come out the gate once the doors open and we start getting back into, normal life or whatever, or what we say is going to be normal life. I want us to feel empowered to go after our dreams and go after and work with publications and brands that we want to work with, and not just, sit on the side and just have things happen to us. We go and make it happen, So I'm really hoping that people take you guys up on this. Kate Nelly says she will be contacting you.
Musicians, you think about all of the digital things that I'm working on. Like I need music behind my Instagram stories. I need I need to call people up to send me a get ready with me. I just need people who have a strong, authentic voice and can create independently in their space and do their thing. Like, let me know.
Yes, I love it.
Ashley, I got you. I got several names for you.
Okay.
I got you. Also, I'm in the same situation. I'm looking for Black creatives. We're doing a whole revamp of Essence going into like the next 50 years, and I'm looking for new creatives. So I take DMs too. Please send them. I'm looking everywhere, but everyone doesn't have an Instagram page or a Behance page, and everyone's work isn't like, there's some very, very talented creatives who are working on projects on their own, videographers who are doing amazing things, and we all just like you said, I need music, I need all of the things. So
yeah, look, guys, like that's Nia, you just brought up a great point. When you are hiring and you look at someone's Instagram or social media, or website, what are you guys looking for with that? Because just so they can present their best selves to you guys.
Innovation. Your work. I want to see if your Instagram. I would say that 60 to 70% of the work that I'm sent is via Instagram. A lot of people reach out to me. So I'm always checking. It's like kind of the first thing I go to. I used to go to portfolios and websites, but at this point, Instagram, if you're an artist, Instagram is your portfolio. So I need to see your best work very early on. When I'm not going to scroll too long. So I need to see your best work. Make sure you constantly are posting your best work so that it's in your first grid of 9.
Oh, that's great. Now that's a great point. How about you, Ashley?
Same. I want to see authenticity. I want to see someone's authentic, artistic fingerprint. I don't want to see another regurgitation of something else that you've seen that was successful on another person's page. I know that, of course, I need things that are also marketable. So it's about a ratio, like a share of voice. Like, show me that you can do something that is more commercial, and then show me a wild card where I'm all, okay, that's something. And so again, because we get in our heads, someone was like, like almost like, just go back to the head wrap thing. It might be too much. It might be too much. Don't think that. Just put it out there, because we're trying to find micro niches. We're trying to find micro representation to make sure that everyone's seen. And so own your quirk, hone that. And how do you capture that in its most beautiful way? And, but also post often, because like what you're saying, I need to see fresh things. I want to see that you are sharp and that you're fast, because sometimes I may have a gap and I need a 24-hour turnaround. So you need to be fast. For me, I need you fast.
Gotcha. We just had a question that came in. Is this offer open internationally? Well, I would think with digital going on right now, I would think so.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Always have Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Strong Wi-Fi is necessary for sure.
Yeah, right.
And get your equipment together. Like, we keep saying high res. Like, I can't say that enough. If you get on a YouTube tutorial and figure out how to get your iPhone to 4K quality, because it's a real thing. Louder for the people in the back. I need high res.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, the iPhone, even the Android, we have several. Just turn the resolution all the way up to the top. Give us the best quality of work. You do not have to have 100,000 followers. You don't have to have 200 followers. If your work is good, if you are junior and I can see potential in your work, and I can put you in touch with one of my art directors, and we can work with you on your lighting, or we can work with you on your illustration style, and you're open to, creating a piece that we want to feature in Essence magazine, bring it. I want to see new artists. I want to see young people. I want to see, I want to bring you up from the top. I want you to be able to say, I got my start at Essence.
Yes.
Like, we want to bring these young people up, because of all the other magazines that I've worked at, they are hiring their friends. They are hiring people who are not quite as talented and putting their friends on. And I feel that it's very important for us to reach out to the talent and help cultivate the talent. I need an intern. I'll cultivate an intern.
I think we have a couple more questions that just came in. Do either of you feel as if you had to always be 10 times better than your white counterparts in the room to be validated and respected? Ashley, I'm gonna go with you on this one.
You know what? My father was a major in the Air Force. And we dealt with a lot of pushback on that. And so, I grew up with that particular saying being instilled in me. But regardless of any of the connotation, you should be the best in the room. Like, you should be the best. Why be anything other than that? Sharpen your skill. Every day is an opportunity for you to gain another piece of knowledge, take an extra second to look at something for perfection, to push yourself. There's no one getting in your way but you. And if there is some discrimination happening, you should be calling it out. Like, there's no room for that. There's no room for you to feel as though Even though it is a reality, I know that it is. And that's not to say anything against that. But I think, again, if you take on the mindset of you yourself wanting to be the best, put yourself in a position to take on the seat.
All right, Nia.
That's amazing. And it's crazy because I just had this conversation with my daughter yesterday. I remember my parents telling me, they were like, listen, they gave me the speech that, we all got, like, you have to be 3 times better than the other kids. You have to be 3 times better because you're Black. Because you are Black, you have to work harder. You have to show yourself as being like better than everyone in the room. A conversation I had with my daughter is not going to go like that. I just told her, are you doing your best? Exactly what Ashley said. It doesn't matter. We're not competing against anyone. You are doing your own personal best. Like, you are in the margins. Am I doing my best? And then nothing else even really matters.
Doesn't.
That's so true. And that, to me, also leads into healing generational traumas that have happened, where we all feel this, like we're living through the lens of what has happened and not trying to grow and change things for the future. So I respect that. Ladies, I want to know, so we're winding down. We only have 5 minutes left. Oh, this conversation was so good. But I want to know, I want to really quickly go back to way earlier in the segment where we were talking about lighting Black skin. Because a lot of the photographers have issues with doing that. How do you guys approach that on set when they, or is it just mainly hiring Black photographers? But then I'm like, if it's just hiring Black photographers, then that to me doesn't allow other people to really understand and learn how to do it too. Like, we shouldn't be the only ones that know how to light us, because a lot of times if we're working on other sets, we have to learn how to light others. So why not, learn how to light us? So what are your thoughts on that?
They need to have the work. Show me the work. Like, you're not getting hired if I don't see Black skin in your portfolio.
Yes.
Period. You can't even step up to the mic unless there's that in your portfolio. So because it has to be proof. You have to be proven to do it to get the hire. So
yes, I love it.
You better get it, guys and gals.
You better get it. What about you, Nia?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair that your professional work, you might not have shot anybody, but in your personal work, you better figure out a way to get a Black model into the studio and beautifully put it on your portfolio and let me see it. Like you said, like, we have to learn how to do everything. Like, I have to know how to light white skin and blonde hair, and that's a skill in itself. I have to learn how to light a blonde hair Black girl. That's a skill in itself. And to me, there's no excuse to not know. I don't know what photography class anyone ever took where they said, this is how we light white skin. And of course, like, they like vases, they like cars outside, indoor, outdoor. Like, at what point did you forget the lesson where we said we're lighting?
Oh, you gotta say that
again. Surely.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I can't.
All right. That was a word. Okay. One minute, guys. Each person has 1 minute to sum up kind of what your feelings are and where you want us to go in the future. Nia, you want to go first on that one?
That's a big question. So and
I'm asking you to do it in 1 minute, so sorry.
I got you. What I want us to do more is support each other. That's all. I want us to support each other. I want us to share each other's work. I need to do a better job about it. I need to start sharing these illustrators that I love. I need to, like, in my own space where I can, like, even separate from Essence Magazine, is to start celebrating these creatives. Do my Instagram stories and do my top 10 Black illustrators, my top 10 like Black photographers, and to put us out there and to help us, like, market ourselves. That's what I would love for us to all do as a community of creators. Okay.
All right. I love that. What about you, Ashley?
Wow, this is a really tough question, Joy. I mean,
well, of course, I went to the end to ask the tough question.
I love it. Give me all that sauce, Joy. Give me that interview sauce. I really want people to to evolve to a place where the sky's the limit, that there are no limits, to remove the personal boundaries off of yourself and to truly ask ourselves, what is that aspect of my life that I want to have my passion become my career, and be unapologetic about that and pursue that. And I think that's it. It's just like unapologetically pursue what truly drives you and be committed in the same way, because you have to be unapologetically committed to achieving it as well. So
wow,
that's
so
what
look, y'all, I'm gonna say that in itself is the true revolution. Once you go after your dreams, it's no stopping. It's no stopping anybody from doing what they want. You know, we coming with it, y'all. 2021, we came with it throughout our whole entire history, and we're gonna continue that. And this COVID situation is not gonna back us down at all.
It's not stopping us. It's fueling us further. It really is.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Ladies, I want to say thank you guys so much. Like, I just got to chill up my spine because this conversation was so good. Like, oh my God.
It was great.
This was
Nia, we need to, once we get out of quarantine, Nia, we need a real meetup.
Yes, and I love that. Like, everyone, all of you, I'm loving the fact that panelists are like, we got to meet, you know? So, yes.
I will be reaching out to you. Essence needs you. We need we need you.
Yes.
Here for it.
Yes, connections. Woohoo!
Thank you, Joy, for bringing us together.
Thank you for bringing us together.
You're welcome, guys. You guys have a great day, and you guys stay safe. And I want to tell everyone really quickly that we have our next panel coming up with Angelique Miles and Wakima Wallace. You guys take care. We have 30-minute break. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay, my mic was muted. What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back to the All Black Everything Summit. This is Joy Fennell. I'm like still so hyped. That last panel, yeah. Y'all getting it. Y'all getting it. Y'all getting all these gems. But also, I love the fact that they were so open to sharing how to get hired or how to get your name out there. I love that. I'm not into that gatekeeper mentality. If you're a gatekeeper, then this 2020 is the day or the time that you might as well give up your keys now, because no more gatekeeping in the house. Okay, we ain't locking no doors around here. Everyone's coming with it this year, 2020 and beyond. We're gonna, even though everything's going on right now, it's the future. We're coming with it. We're not gatekeeping any longer. I want everyone to have as much knowledge and power as they want to have. We're gonna, one of the things about the ABE Summit is that I first of all, I'm really excited and happy that some of you guys have tuned in all 3 days. Yes, Michaela, that last panel was fire. Like that, yeah, those ladies, it was so interesting. It was an interesting conversation to have, especially when it comes to like, everyone knows I'm a makeup artist, but also like just to know like Black people in different areas of the photo industry, but also like Black women in those areas doing it as well. Renee, I don't want this to ever end. Oh, okay. Well, we don't have to ever have it end. You know why? Because it's going to live on YouTube. So how about that? How about y'all go ahead right now and subscribe to my channel? So that is a perfect end to that. You can always see it whenever you want to, okay? I mean, I've actually noticed that people have been checking it out and tuning in. So I appreciate that. So blessed by this summit as a whole. Yes, I'm not gonna lie, this summit was fire, y'all. I'm gonna pat myself on the back, dust my shoulders off. Yeah, it was real. It was real. So like I said, we started with the bang with my friend Karen Culpepper, and we're gonna end with the bang too. Like it's not like, oh, we just get to day 3 and then it's gonna fizzle out. Nah, it's not happening here. We're gonna keep that same energy that we've been keeping. So I'm excited, especially for our next panel. If you guys are in the spaces of like the acting world or influencer world or content creator world, then these are the people that you really need to talk to, because they are making it happen in these spaces. They're Black creatives making it happen. So you did your thing. Oh, true creative. Oh, thank you, Nana. I really enjoyed the conversation. Joni, thank you. Pat yourself on the back. Yes, I sure will. I'm trying to see how I'm gonna like congratulate myself afterwards. Get yourself okay. Well, you just answered it. A vacation. Where though? In my house? Because where can I go? You know? Am I gonna just go outside? Thank you, Asha. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. I wanna ask you guys, what are some of the ways in which you guys are gonna kind of just flow differently after this subsides? Or, do you feel like you're at a place right now where you feel like you want to change some things up? Like did any of these like really like inspire any different like actions in your life, any different changes in your life? If so, I want you to hit that chat box and let me know. Hey, what's up, Golden Launch? What's up? Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Golden Launch is a phenomenal creative agency. So you guys got to check them out too, because they bring the heat. Seriously, they really do. And sometimes it's all about, for me, I love so I am a Virgo. I keep telling y'all that. And I sometimes I have a hard time like looking at things, and rather I don't want to say my taste level is different sometimes, but sometimes I have a hard time like looking at something. I'll be like, oh, it's okay. But no, when I look at Golden Launch, I'm like, that's fire. So yeah. So it's Joy approved. I don't know if that means anything to y'all, but it means something to me. Jennifer, stop getting you. Yes. Yes, Ashley was definitely dropping those gems. So that was really good. Had me look at what I'm already doing and realize I need to revamp. Revamping, especially like during this time, revamping is always really, really good to do. Casey, thank you. Revamping is something that you could be doing right now. So that when the gates open, you are ready to hit the ground running. Okay. So I want to go ahead and start getting into introducing my next guest. The reason why I had these young ladies on is that I felt like I needed to have someone on who's representing content creation. Like when we were talking in the last segment about YouTubers or people that went to around the side door to get in, or the content creators that create their own content to get in the door. I think that to me is genius. Because it's not waiting around for somebody else to do it. You put your own stuff out there. I mean, everyone knows Issa Rae's story. And if you don't know her story, please look it up, because she is one of the ones that created her own lane. And I think that really taught a lesson to a lot of people, especially Black people out here. If you don't see it, if you don't see yourself, then go create it. Go make it happen. And so one of the girls, thank you. Thanks, Daria. That's my sister. Oh, Tiffany, love you too. So one of the first person I would like to bring on is Angelique Miles. Angelique has been in the industry for a moment, and she first started out in the music industry. And so like I told y'all before, I like to read off a bio, because like I said, I'm not going to get cussed out by these young ladies, okay? Because I don't want to forget anything, and I don't want anybody to be like, well, you didn't say, I'm reading it off, okay? So Angelique Miles is a music and publishing industry veteran. During that time, she signed artists like Timbaland, Missy Elliott, Junior Mafia with Lil' Kim, okay? Lil' Kim's my girl, okay? Like, yes, Lil' Kim. Hardcore was my first album from where I was like, what? Okay, let me digress. Now, as a social media influencer with over 40,000 followers, she's become a public speaker, brand ambassador, model, and most recently an actress. Angelique proudly represents an often overlooked segment with women 50 years old and older, and I'm so here for it. I want to bring in Angelique right now. Hi. How are you?
Thank you. How are you? Thank you for calling. First of all, because I'm
like,
I said thank you for calling me young lady.
I was like, she gonna get me, because I'm like, I love it. I was, first of all, Black don't crack. How about that?
It does crack. It takes longer, but it does.
Oh, okay. There we go. That, okay. I'm with that.
And I'm out here,
Yeah, I would say young lady because you look 20. Okay, first. So I have to remind myself. I was like, okay. Once I said young lady, I was like, oh wait, Angelique. I hope she doesn't feel like I disrespected her or anything like that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. So I want to bring in Wakima Hollis next. Now, Wakima, I've known Wakima for a long time. I feel like she's like my little baby, and I know that I don't want her, like her to me to be like acting like she's just like some little baby, because she has definitely come into her own. Okay, Wakima is an actress with many roles under her belt, like Dynasty, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. I don't know if you Maisel. I look at that show all the time. And recently she was in The Photograph with Issa Rae and Lakeith Stanfield. She's also modeled for many years. She's walked the runways with Tracy Reese and Marc Jacobs. And she has modeled for huge brands such as Target. And I'm going to bring Miss Wakima Hollis in. Look at you. Okay, y'all came with it. Y'all look good.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
And Angelique, it's so good to be here with you.
Wow, you guys look amazing. I love the all black and then the red lips. Yes, we're all doing that today. Yes,
no one can wear red lips like a Black woman. I've always thought that.
Okay, I'm feeling that. And the colors, oh my gosh, like look at all this. Every time everyone comes on the screen, I'm like, look at all this melanin. I'm loving it. Yeah, keep doing my thing. So so I asked you guys to come on because I really want to start talking about like our image in regards to narrating our own paths, our own content. And Angelique, you're a content creator, and you are in the beauty and fitness and travel space. But Wakima, you're also an actress too. Wakima, you're more in the acting space right now. But I do consider you a content creator too, because I feel like you're on TV and your image is being broadcasted to so many people around the world, you know? So I feel like that's why I was like, I wanted to have two different sides of kind of like the same coin on here, if you know what I mean. So to just give like a different perspective all around. One of the things I wanted to know first is from Angelique, how did you first get started in this field?
I started because I wasn't trying to be an influencer.
Mm-hmm.
I would just document my life, what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time I was obviously over 40, my body was changing. So I was working out a lot and I was just doing what I was doing. In fact, I was doing CrossFit. And CrossFit, I was doing all these amazing things, incredible things that I never thought I could do. So they'd have us running like 2 miles and coming back and doing 50 kettlebell swings and stuff like that. So I'm like, I feel like somebody should know I'm doing. I just started posting that kind of thing, and it resonated with people because a lot of my peers were also in their 40s and bodies were changing. They were like, you know what, I need to get up and do that too. So it just evolved from there. But something that I was trying to do because I guess because of my age as well, it wasn't really, I didn't know it was a thing. It became a thing. So I was just being me. And that's how it started.
Gotcha. What about you, Wakima?
Well, as you said, I started modeling a long time ago, and that's how we met. You used to do my makeup at all the runway shows, at photo shoots, and we would always talk about me getting back to what I truly wanted to do. And I truly wanted to be an actress, but modeling was just this wonderful detour that happened. And sometimes life takes you on a path that you didn't really anticipate. But I learned so much from that experience, and I grew so much from that experience. And of course, it made me very comfortable in front of the camera. So throughout that whole time, I was just trying to find my way back to what I originally wanted to do, which was acting. And it's interesting because I had so many people kind of say negative things or just assume that it would be too hard to do, or that I was just another model just trying to jump on the bandwagon. So, going back to what you're talking about, creating your own space, it kind of goes back to that. You have to be really diligent, even when those around you don't necessarily get your vision, and you have to keep going forward. And I'm so happy that, God made it happen. Look at God.
Yes, I love it. I love it. My next question for both panelists, even though you guys are kind of in two separate lanes, but kind of emergent together, do you feel like it's important for both lanes to continue to push out content that uplifts, inspires, and motivates Black folks, Black creatives? Wakima, what do you think about that?
Not only do I think there's a space for it, I think it's essential. I think that it all goes hand in hand, and some of these things play off of the other. I work more in film and television, and we need that representation in that area, but we also need influencers because what they do is so important to let you in on a daily level. So you get to see it more up close and personal. And what influencers do is not easy. I have so much respect for people who put out really creative, really unique content like what Angelique is doing. So I think all of it is needed to encourage, other people that want to do it. Like you were saying about Issa Rae, like she's been an encouragement to me and so many other women. So we all need to keep doing what we're doing and just cheering each other on. It's so important.
Yes, I totally agree. Listen, Angelique, I feel like influencer, like you guys work. Like a lot of people assume that you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like literally like you're like shooting it, you're editing, you're promoting, you're marketing, like it's so many different facets to that. And I really don't think that sometimes you guys get the credit that you deserve. Like
Right.
people just think that it's like, oh, but no, it's a lot of work. And my hat's off to you guys and that do it and do it well. So Andrew, what do you think about that?
I think that with it comes a big responsibility,
Mhm.
and I'm always constantly trying to find ways to uplift people,
Mm.
and especially women my age. I mean, most of my followers are younger than I am, just by
Mhm.
virtue of Instagram being a young space.
Mhm.
But for women my age who just because we can give up sometimes, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
We get older, our bodies start changing, our skin starts changing, our kids are older. There's so many things that come into play that I just want to make sure to hold myself accountable for being authentic about the things that are happening. Because I've done brand partnerships with Replens, with
Mhm.
Ways, pads, and not menstruation pads, but
Mhm.
incontinence pads. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Not that these things affect me that much, but they affect women my age. So
Mhm.
it is very important to me, keeping my content fresh um, and interesting is also
Mhm.
me. So I'm always looking for new ways to do that. And sometimes I get help doing it. I don't do everything on my own because I don't know how to do everything, honestly.
Mhm.
So when I need help with something, I do that. I don't pretend like this is all me. Sometimes I get help.
Gotcha. What, Angelique, really quickly, so you have like you said, you deal with the over 50 space, which is really cool to me because a lot of people like who are over a certain more mature don't really go into the influencer space because they don't feel like it's a place for them there. And I like the fact that you did it because like you're also talking about issues that do affect women over a certain age,
Mhm.
especially Black women who don't really talk about these things. So how did you like first want to like think to yourself like, oh, I'm this, like let me go and like make a voice out here for that?
Well, because first the music industry wasn't working out anymore.
Okay.
I finally come to a place where I was like, okay, that's not working out anymore. What do you want to do? And I said that I want to wake up every day. I want to work out. I want to
Mhm.
practice forms of self-care and wellness
Mhm.
and monetize it. Um,
Okay.
so I didn't know how I was going to do that. I just said that's
Mhm.
what I want. And just being who I am was important to me because I didn't want to be someone else. I didn't have to doing something like this doesn't take a lot of preparation. I'm talking about myself.
Mhm.
So as far as being 50 in this space, I recognized that there weren't people like me in the space.
Mhm.
So my success in it is because I'm over 50,
Mhm.
because I have biases, because I have a scar on my face, not in spite of these things.
Mm.
Fact, I think you know, I don't have to compete against such a big pool of people for the jobs out there.
Mhm.
There's a niche market for people my age, so um, I work constantly as a result of it.
I love that. I love that. Well, Kima, what are your thoughts about like like Angelina made a great point about like having this in in spite of these things, like what are your thoughts about like Black women just kind of seeing themselves or Black people seeing themselves and just loving themselves on a fully,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that because for so long, I struggled with the idea of thinking that I needed to make myself less Black in order to get acting jobs or modeling jobs, or that I needed to sanitize my personality in some type of way. And it wasn't until I just fully accepted who I am and said, this is me. I'm not going to try to wear long extensions anymore. I'm not going to try to speak in a way that is not true to me. I am going to be myself, because that's the only way I can move forward and feel good about myself. And that is when I really started booking jobs, when I finally let go of the weight of trying to be this person's idea of what I should be, or that person's idea. Then that is when I really came into my own as an actress. And you know, throughout modeling and even during acting, I have struggled with being a girl who has kinky hair, who loves it, and I want to wear it. And there are so many times where people are like, well, we don't know what to do with this hair. You're going to have to straighten it. You're going to have to put in extensions. You need to get a relaxer. And I have learned to fight for myself as I am, because I am enough. And once you accept that, it's a game changer.
I love that. I think that is one of the things also that I see when I look at like the YouTube or the contents that come out, the content creators. I see that it's a level of acceptance in who they are. You know, like it's like this is me. You're going to take me, you know, like I'm going to film I don't have to look like somebody else. I'm going to do my makeup tutorial how I want to do it. I'm going to, you know, and it's just like, I'm going to have y'all follow me around. And I think it just shows that everyone kind of wants the authentic version of people. And they really almost become like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to say come hooked, but they're like, they become very fascinated, excuse me, in what people bring to the table as being themselves. And I really, I think that's a space that we could all go into, especially after COVID, where now is the time to really like form that space where this is me. I ain't going nowhere. I am who I am. So I appreciate you ladies for that. Angelique, I want to send this question out to you really quickly, and then you can answer afterwards. What are some ways that Black people can use following their daily lives as a tool for effective change within our community and the world globally?
One more time.
What are some ways that Black people can use following their daily lives as a tool for effective change within our community, the world? Sorry, I need to drink some water. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. For me, the world the way it is, there's so much going on. It's to really navigate that, honestly. I have my beliefs. Not everybody shares my beliefs. I don't necessarily put that on my main page. I mean, I usually probably share more of that on my stories, so people know where I stand. But I keep myself out of things, like not to say that I keep myself out of it completely. Like I said, I post things on my stories, but I don't try to sway anybody to my opinion. Like that, I don't have. But by virtue of who I am, there's certain people who are not going to follow me anyway. So many times I'm to the choir. My followers are people like me who mostly believe in what I believe in. So things that have been happening lately, like with Breonna Taylor, things like that, I do post a story. It's something strongly about. I feel strongly about voting for Joe Biden. So I'll post things like that, but usually not on my in-feed page. You know what I mean? It's just something that I do. I don't post a lot of daily stuff on my in-feed. My in-feed is for people, what people follow me for beauty, fitness, travel. I try to leave the political things and the social things off of that.
But do you feel like people that follow you, when they do see you in those spaces of beauty, fitness, and travel, are able to gain like an insight into Black world. You know what I mean? Like, and really like have like, some people I feel like come to the table already thinking that they know what Black people, what we do. And we're all like we always say, we're not monolithic. So to see that you give that part of yourself, do you feel like that effectively helps to just like broaden a view of who we are to people?
Yes, well, I worked with a brand recently for these beauty patches, and kept getting from white people in particular, don't need it, Black doesn't crack, so you don't need anything to fight wrinkles, like you don't have any wrinkles. And that's why I said at the beginning, Black does crack. It just takes longer.
See, and that's the thing, it's like you're educating people to that, you know? Yeah.
You're gonna tell me what's going on with my skin? And you can't see them because I use beauty patches. I mean, so educate white people. Some people of a different, particularly and I say that because it's mostly white women who would hit that. I'm like, that's not true. White women of color, I certainly do have wrinkles, and I'm trying to prevent ones that may come later. So misconception, there are other misconceptions too, but I find more of a commonality among my age than many differences. So as a result, most of the brands I work with haven't been multicultural brands. I work with brands because we have more in common than what separates us.
Gotcha. What about you, Akima? Do you feel like because you play a vast majority of different types of roles? Do you feel like that helps to broaden like the world's perspective of Black people or Black women?
Definitely. I certainly feel a sense of responsibility. You know, sometimes you get auditions or you work on a show or work with a certain director or with a certain writer, and something feels a little bit off, you know, especially if they are writing a Black character, but they themselves are not a Black person. Yeah. So I definitely feel a sense of just wanting to help to make sure that Black characters, especially the ones that I play or audition for, are well-rounded characters. It's very important because we're very layered people. We are not two-dimensional. And it's really frustrating to sit at home and watch something and you're thinking, well, this is just a stereotype of what a Black woman is. This is not what a Black woman is like. So I don't want to add to that issue. I want my characters to be as layered as we are as individuals. And so, you know, it's just always working toward that, whether that be having a conversation with the writers or with my agent and managers about if this is a role that I really want to go out for or not. You know, you just kind of have to keep your eye on it because it's something that we all have to fight for. People do like to put us in a box, and we can't be put in a box. We are so, you know, we're multifaceted. And I think that it does Black women and the world at large an injustice when the Black people they see on TV or the portrayals of Black people that they see are just one note, because we are anything but one note.
Yes, that's so true. Yes. Did you guys have your family support when you wanted to? Because we all know, you know, like I always bring this up in all the panels that I've kind of been doing, where we talk about going into a creative field. A lot of families, especially Black families, aren't necessarily, you know, as supportive as we need them to be. Did you guys deal with that? Angelique, did you deal with that?
Yeah, well, I'd already been in a creative field, being in music. So my family was used to that. And not just family, but friends as well, especially friends. When I first started, you know, really getting into the Instagram thing, they did not get it. They were like, so many pictures, like food, like, oh, come on, like you and this Instagram. They thought it was for kids. And I'm like, I really think there's something to this, but I couldn't really articulate it. I'm like, I can show you better than I can tell. And now they're like, oh, okay. But at first it was like, girl, go get a job and playing around. And so I was going through financial hardship, to be quite honest. I knew that if I got some BS job that I hated, it would distract me from this. It would have taken me longer to get here, or maybe not gotten here at all, because I would have caught up in doing something else. So it was a big sacrifice, but I did it. But no, everyone was just like, this is taking way too long, and we need you to buckle up and get a job. But I didn't. You know, I was reminded of Muhammad Ali, said, suffer now. He was a champion. So I suffered for a minute. And but now everyone sees, like, oh, okay, you really did that.
Yes, I love it. See, that is when it's fun. It's when you're like, okay, like you see it, like you.
No, I can tell you. So.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, well, we always believed in it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
So the question is like, well, I see you posting all the time, but how do you monetize that?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I didn't have the language. As an older person, I feel like younger people have a different language, and I didn't have the language to say brand sponsorships and brand ambassador. And I'm just like, I knew there was something to it, and maybe that was my old, creativity, music industry creativity, that knew that there was something to it. And most people, it was the kind of thing, if you couldn't see it, I didn't have time to really explain it to you.
Yes.
What I'm doing, and you'll just see later. And that's
yes. And that in itself is powerful, because sometimes you just don't have to explain it to anyone. You're like, hey, you're going to find out eventually, but I'm not wasting my time having you explain it, Yeah.
I'm doing it to explain it to you. Just watch.
Yes. How about you, Wakima? Did you have your family?
My family was very skeptical at first, because when I dropped out of college, I went to one semester of college, and then I dropped out to go model. And that is not something that girls from Tennessee was doing, were doing at the time. So, they just didn't get it, because they did not have a real life example of what that would look like. They did not personally know anyone who made a career out of modeling or acting. And I had an academic scholarship to college. And for me to walk away from something like this, because I knew that traveling the world and going out on my own in that way was an education that I could never get in someone's school or from a textbook. And I just knew that I needed to do it. Like, God has made a beautiful and wondrous world, and I wanted to see it. So I just knew inside of myself that I had to go take this opportunity. So I did it, and they were supportive of me, but there was always a question mark at the end of it. Like, okay, you go do that, but make sure that you're ready to come back to college if that doesn't work out. So, and then as things started to develop and I started to gain momentum, then as she said, there was a lot of, yes, go. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. And now I have the support of my whole hometown, and everyone, they cheer me on so much. They gave me my own day. They give me all of these awards and stuff. And it's so great. It's so great to have that support. Sometimes you have to encourage yourself, but when there are people around you who care and also encourage you, it's really invaluable.
Yeah, I always feel like you just have to do that one thing that they can brag about, and then once that happens, then you're good to go. Then all of a sudden,
definitely.
Yeah, right. But how can we change that though? Because when I really want us to get out of some of this generational thinking, where if I went through this, then you need to go through it too. Who are you to think that you can have a different path than I can have? It's almost like a hazing mentality, And I want us to the future, the younger generation, to not be held back by by those thoughts. How can we change that and bring about real change in our communities, where we're encouraging our young people, or encouraging them to go down creative fields and possibly make more money than they thought that they could ever make? Angelique, what do you think?
Well, I don't fault my parents for,
Yeah, because they went through the good fight. Yes.
They knew. That's what they know. And they're like, they just want you to be okay.
Yes.
I don't fault them for it. I understand it. In retrospect, I never really listened anyway. That's why I got into the music business, because they were like, I I majored in finance. I went to Hampton University, and when I first came home, I went to work in mutual fund sales and finance.
Okay.
I hate this. Like, this can't be life. So I went into the music industry because I hated doing that. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to enjoy what I do for a living. I have a 28-year-old son, and I tell him the same thing. Don't do what you think is going to make you the most money. Do what you do with something that you want to get up every day and do. Don't worry about. Not to say, you can't just, but that's what I encourage my son to do. That's what I encourage my nieces, my nephews. Do what you enjoy. Major when you go to college, major in something that you like. I had a major that I hated, but I didn't know I had a choice. It was like, do this so you can make money. Do this so you can be happy.
Yes.
And my whole life has been both careers, both my music career and what I'm doing now has been about, if I love it, it's blessed because I'm doing it. And it's not like work. Like the whole time I was in the music business until the end, it never really felt like work. I love getting up every day and doing what I did. And the same thing now. Some days it's like, oh my God, I have this deadline and I have all this to do, but it still doesn't really feel like work. I really wouldn't want to be doing anything else. So I'm blessed as a matter, because of it.
Yeah.
So, buddy, all young people, my son included, do what you love. Do what you love.
Wakima, you have any thoughts behind that?
Yeah, I think that, first of all, yes to everything she said. And then also sometimes it helps to speak to people in a language that they can understand. I'm a girl that came from the Deep South, and my entire family is very religious. I was raised in church, and it's just, it's who we are as a family. So when I began to speak to them on that level, that, well, God says, ask and you shall receive. And the Bible says that call those things that are not as though they were. So there's no reason why we can't manifest these things for ourselves. There's no reason why, just because, you don't have a living example of someone personally that did it, there's no reason why you can't be that first person. There's no reason why you can't beat your own path out, even though there's not a clear one ahead of you. So I think that is helpful. And then just also, the more we move forward and the more we see ourselves and people who are like us represented in these areas, the easier it becomes. So all of us, what you were doing with this forum is so important, because people have to see it or hear it. Sometimes just one thing is enough to trigger a person to say, yes, I can do this. I can try. I can move forward with this, although no one else quite understands where I'm going with it. So I think that's helpful.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Everyone's coming with the word. So we all know that the pay disparity is real, especially compared to what we make in terms of our white counterparts, in terms of what we make to men in general. And I would think I know I've been reading articles about, like, in the influencer world, how Black influencers aren't getting paid the same as their white counterparts, or Black actresses aren't getting paid the same as their white counterparts. How can we now start to change that? Because I even hear, like, brands don't even, like, invite Black influencers, or, like, the invitations don't even happen. How can we start to change that in some way, so to where we're getting what our just due to, because if you're doing the same amount of work, then you get paid the same amount, or, I know, of course, people, like, do different levels of work, but I just really want to know, like, how can Black influencers, Black actresses start to really get what they deserve? Wakima, you want to go first with that one?
Sure. I think part of it is that we have to be willing to have uncomfortable conversations. Sometimes when you have to fight for yourself, when you have to push people for things, you can't do it by sprinkling sugar all over everything. So you have to make sure that you are working with like-minded people. And that does not mean that you have to work with all Black people. My management team and my agent team, they don't look like me, most of them. You know, they come from different races or religions or socioeconomic backgrounds, but we are all on the same page. You know, they will fight for my natural hair. They will fight for me to be paid equally. So just make sure that you are surrounding yourself with people who believe in you just as much as you believe in yourself. Because yes, you know, it starts with you speaking up for yourself, but sometimes you can't do it all alone. So you need to have just, you know, if you are working with a management team, or if you are working with a social media manager who is helping you with your influencer things, just make sure that you guys are on the same page. And maybe that means having an uncomfortable conversation, but that's the only way we're going to make any headway on this thing. We have to talk about it.
Okay, Angelique, that was great.
That's great. Everything she said. Plus, I negotiated deals for a living when I was in music. So I haven't really, I will say that I've had very good experiences. Do have a bad experience negotiating what I want. And I always, you know, I do have a team, but I'm pretty, my rate is my rate. I don't really negotiate it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, a brand will come to me with deliverables. I'm like, okay, this is my rate for those deliverables. And they're like, oh, we want this. I'm like, but I can give you this, but I can't give you what you're asking for because this is my rate. And so I don't really negotiate with my rate unless it's something I've never done. Like if it's something that I'd like to do, or a brand that I really want to work with, then I'm like, well, maybe we can meet in the middle.
Okay.
I never really negotiate my rate. And other factors in negotiating, like I learned early on that of course exclusivity costs more. Exclusivity, licensing, usage, there are all kinds of other deal points that become a factor in the money that you make. That's on top of your rate. And if you're not a person who knows these things or doesn't have a lawyer to tell you these things, you can get kind of, you know, short, you know, take things up. Right. So I pride myself in that I've been pretty good at negotiating, and I have a great team that helps me with that. But yeah, I'm pretty strict about not negotiating my rate.
How are you guys? So that takes a level of confidence that I feel like some people might not have. How would you suggest that people get that confidence? Go out and get you some confidence.
Well, people that I have, excuse me, I don't know if I'm losing my words. The brands have come to me.
Okay.
I've not for anything. So of course, if I come to someone and I'm like, I'd like to work with you, they're in the driver's seat, so they can dictate what they want to pay me. But 10 times out of 10 come to me, and so I'm in the driver's seat, so I can say, well, this is what you want me to do, and okay, this is how much this is going to cost. And every time someone has tried to lowball me, and I've said no, they've come back and we've worked it out. So I'm willing to walk away if I'm like, I'm not going to do 10 times, you know, what I would normally do for a lower rate, because I'll just be mad.
Right.
The work will be shoddy. It won't be a good thing. I'm like, no, you know, something else will come along. I do have that confidence, and it matters because, like I said, I just know the work was coming to me, so I didn't worry about it. I'm like, if it's not this one, it'll be another one. If it's not this brand, it'll be the next one, and that has always worked for me. Being willing to walk away from what I know my worth.
Right.
Less than what I'm worth.
Yeah.
So it's always worked out. Every single time I've said no, they've given me what I've asked for.
I love that, because I do feel like a lot of people in our community struggle with self-worth issues.
Yes.
And I like the fact that you like just stand and like no, like unwavering faith in yourself. I love that. What about you, Akima?
Yeah, I think that it's exactly about what she said. Know your worth. And that does not mean a dollar amount. That means that you need to be in a good place with yourself. You need to believe in yourself. You need to know that what you're putting out is great content. It is worthy of people's attention, and that you are worthy of being paid fairly. So I think that sometimes it starts with a journey of self-care. That may look like meditation. That may look like therapy for some people. That may look like a whole lot of things. So first you need to get to a place where you're truly good with yourself as you are. And then it's a whole lot easier to fight for yourself as you are. So I think all of that kind of goes hand in hand.
Absolutely. What about the idea of secrecy in our in what we do? Excuse me one second.
What do you mean secrecy?
Secrecy in the fact that when say for instance, one actress is getting paid one thing and then they come and like try to lowball somebody else, or if you start a project and like say for instance, you don't know where to start pricing it. And you try to reach out and find out, and people don't want to tell you what rates are, you know? How about like, is there a way in which we could start to have conversations where we're all kind of knowing things so that we all get knowledge and we're able to negotiate from a place of knowing as opposed to just throwing a number up against the wall and being like, I hope it sticks, you know? Like how... because a lot of people don't tell people what they're doing, or you know, because of fear of, you know, somebody might come and like take something from me, you know. So what do you think about that, Wakima?
So I think that my answer on this is going to be a little bit different from Angelique's, because as an actress, you have a team that handles those things for you. You stay in the creative realm and someone else does all the numbers so that you can just be in your artist mind and you don't have to kind of haggle over those types of things. But I do think that part of it is that, because, you know, sometimes when you've had to struggle or you've had to work your way up to something, it's easy to have the mentality that, well, I had to work to get here. Why shouldn't they? So I think we have to get rid of that first. Like, yes, we had to struggle. Yes, I modeled for tons of years trying to get into acting before it happened for me. But if there is a way that I can help another young woman get to it faster, it is my responsibility to do that, you know? So I think that's important. And then I'm going to let Angelique take the rest, because I think her answer will be very informative for people who are in the influencer world.
Well, again, I didn't have that issue. I've had good friends who are also influencers who helped me in the beginning.
Okay.
They didn't necessarily let me know what they were getting, but they were like, your following and your engagement, this is what I would ask for. So I based it on that, and you know, I raised my rate pending. Like, you know, if it was really simple to get something that I asked for, I'm like, I know I can ask for. You know what I mean? It's just knowing what my engagement was, knowing my niche, the market. It wasn't like being a 35-year-old wellness influencer. I knew I had a background that people were interested in. So I based my rate on all of those things, not just the numbers, but I did have help. People were willing to question. People did not hesitate to help. I feel like the influencer world amongst Black influencers isn't really like that, at least with the people I know. It hasn't. And so there are people that have come to me, particularly women my age, who are kind of newish to Instagram, or like, well, you know, how do I get to where you are, and how can I do what you're doing? And I tell them, I mean, there is some work you have to do. There is like, it doesn't happen overnight. Like, it may look like this happened to me overnight, but it didn't. It took building my following, building a great reputation with brand agencies, and it just takes time. I tell people, yourself, be authentic, put out quality content, and it'll come to you. And the things that are happening are just that. And things are coming to them. It's not, really isn't. This is those three simple things, and communicate, like, communicate with people. I try to communicate and interact with as many of my followers as I can. So all those things are a factor. And if you do it consistently enough, all of it will come to you.
Mm. If someone wants to have a career or start a budding influencer, content creating kind of channel or something like that, what are your tips that you would give for them to start? Like what, like I know some people like to tell people the camera they use or something like that. Like what is some of your tips that you would say for a budding person in the influencer world, Angelique?
Just as I said, it's authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
So
not like tools. You wouldn't like give specific, like you wouldn't give like specific, like you need this camera, it's just more so. Okay.
I use my iPhone mostly.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I have worked with photographers. I don't know what kind of cameras they use.
Okay.
So, but lately, being on this quarantine thing, I have been doing more. So I've just been using my iPhone. I'd like to upgrade to a camera, but it's not really necessary.
Okay.
You just use your iPhone. Get a ring light, an iPhone, and be authentic. Communicate, interact with people, and be consistent. It's that simple. You don't need all the glitz and the glamour and you don't need all of that. And especially during these times, I think authenticity is so important. The glossiness, how things were, it's so not necessary. I know I used an iPhone, or a friend with an iPhone, up until maybe a few months ago. I just started using professional photographers recently. So you don't need all of that.
Okay.
People want you. They don't want the stuff necessarily. They want you.
Okay.
And I also say to people, do what you know. If you love to cook, then why can't your thing be about cooking? If you love to do makeup, it can be about that. So that goes back to what you were saying about authenticity. Be yourself, talk about what you know, talk about what brings you joy, because we can all sniff out a fake a million miles away. So just be real, keep it real, and that's half the battle.
Yes. Would you say the same thing in terms of like if someone wants to truly become like an actress or actor, would you say the same thing, or would you say like, oh, go take some classes, like learn certain things? What would you say for that?
Well, I would say, if you are trying to be an actor or something that is a craft like that, yes, invest in your craft, take some classes. Make sure that you have some technique. Is it always necessary? No, there are tons of actors who didn't really have any training. But if you really believe in something, and if you really want that thing, then anything worth having is worth working for. So why wouldn't you take classes? Why wouldn't you try to better yourself? Why wouldn't you try to learn a little bit about your craft? So yes, I definitely encourage people to take classes and just do research and just inform yourself about whatever it is you're trying to do. Knowledge is key.
Oh, very true. We're right now in the middle of the COVID-19 situation. How are you ladies pivoting, or have you guys pivoted, or or thinking about it? What are you guys kind of doing right now to pivot? Wakima?
So I have recently, more than ever, started writing my own stuff. And so, now I'm in the middle of writing a book. I'm writing a TV show, just creating my own path forward. Because right now, my industry as an actor is kind of on hold. We can't really film things very easily when you can't be in close proximity to another person. But even during that, and especially during this, I am continuing to manifest things for myself. So, especially as a Black artist or a Black actor, sometimes the role that you want doesn't exist yet. And it won't exist until you make it, which Issa Rae has taught all of us. So I think that is something that I've really gotten from this. And now that I have the time, I'm really investing into that, into creating content in a different way. No, I'm not posting it on Instagram all the time, but I am creating something that hopefully everyone will see on TV or in a film soon enough.
Okay. All right, Angelique.
My pivot hasn't been necessary for me.
Okay. Uh-huh.
But right now, I'm in the right business to be in during this time.
Uh-huh.
Everything is online. Everybody has their phone. People are still shopping.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, when it happened, I was like, "Oh my God, what's going to happen?" One campaign backed out. Wasn't completely bad because I was still paid.
Okay.
But
That's always good when that happens.
Always a good thing.
Like, thank you.
okay. You know, but the campaigns have been rolling in
Mm-hmm.
because of this. You know, so I'm in the right business to be in during this time. All I say is that I am trying to expand what I do. I want to do more. You know, I'm exploring other platforms besides Instagram, of course,
Okay.
because I feel like my growth is maybe a little bit stagnant because I do so much on Instagram and not elsewhere. So I'm working on doing things elsewhere, and that intimidates me because I don't pride myself on being a big talker.
Okay.
I don't talk a lot on my page. It's mostly pictures and writing.
Uh-huh.
So really just getting out of my own comfort zone and doing more video and other platforms. So that's what I'm doing. But I'm very fortunate and blessed, and I thank God every day that I wake up that I work is better than ever. So there's no pivot necessary.
Okay. Listen, y'all, I'm about to reel on here, okay? And like whatever opinions, like I love that. I love that. And then also that speaks to the fact that you were already prepared. You know what I mean? Like it was already preparation was already there, and it is meeting opportunity right now. So
I feel like I went through my COVID-19 pandemic already. I went through that after losing my job in the music industry, and different is there were no government stimulus checks. There was no moratorium. I went through it alone. I felt like I was alone.
Wow.
Going through it now, you're going through it with millions of other people. You have that moratorium. You got the banks trying to get people, you know, the government trying to give you stimulus checks and things like that. Unemployment. I have a friend who's getting like $1,100 a week unemployment check. That was happening when I feel like I already went through it. I've never gone through a period like this because I haven't. I went through it for a very long time. So I feel like, yeah, there's no pivot necessary because I already pivoted.
Okay. You know, Angela, you bring me to ask you about partnerships because a lot of people in the influencer space, content creator space, are interested in how to secure partnerships. Do you have any advice for them?
They come to you. Oh my me. There are some brands that I have in mind that I probably like to work with that I may pitch. But if you're putting out the right content and hashtagging the right things, like things that attract, they find you.
Okay.
They really do. And if you're pulling out quality content and you have a positive, I tell people always go towards the light. Go towards the light. There are days I could just really be down in the doldrums and just spew a bunch of negativity on my page. But if I always go back to the light. You know what I mean? Because not every day is good. And if you're going to be authentic, you have to talk about those days that aren't necessarily good. But there always has to be light at the end of the tunnel. So I always tell people just stay in the light. And nobody wants to hear you're down in the doldrums all the time. They want to hear you're down in the doldrums. How did you come out of it? So that's a perspective I always have. I think, and when brands contact me, they'll specify when a post like that. So always stay in the light, be consistent, and they'll find you. Hashtags do matter.
Hashtags. Okay. I've been learning about hashtags myself. I'm like, everyone's always like, when you hashtag, like use all your hashtags. Like don't just use one or two. They like use them all up. I'm like,
30's the max, use them and they will find you.
Okay. Okay. Well, Kima, are you able or wanting to speak on brand partnerships? Because I know, like, I'm pretty sure you probably get approached a lot about that as well. So how do you
Yeah.
think over that field?
Same. I think that if you are being your true self and you stick to what you feel like is your true message, then they come to you
Mhm.
because, as you know, as we've been saying throughout this conversation, people are drawn to authenticity.
Uh-huh.
And I also agree with what she said about making sure that you're not too low frequency on your
Mm.
page and as your message. You want to be a
Hmm.
high frequency person, which means not a lot of negativity and not a lot of down in the dumps type things. That doesn't mean that we don't all have those days, but do you
Mm.
want that to be your message? Do you want
Hmm.
that to be what people know you for? No, you don't.
Hmm.
So, keep to what you know
Mm.
and keep it as positive and uplifting as you can. Keep it without being fake.
Right.
Be real about it, but
Yes.
also just put out things that you would want to see if you were
Mm.
looking for something in your area.
Mm.
So, just that.
Yeah, I love that. So, ladies, we're starting our question and answer portion of the segment. We have a question. Wakima, what is the most important thing you learned from working on Dynasty? Okay, yes, pulling up receipts.
Most important thing. I mean, I've learned a lot of things. And I guess the most important thing that I've learned is to be able to appreciate the other side of things. I
Uh-huh.
know what I have to do as an actress to prepare, but now I have a new appreciation for everything the writers have to do, and the
Mm.
director, and the executives, and the craft services, and the hair, and the makeup. And
Yes.
once you realize that people are all bringing what they can bring to this just to lift me up so I can do my job in front of camera, but
Mm.
everyone else is working equally hard. So I have
Mm.
a new appreciation of how many people have to work at 100% to
Mm.
make this one thing happen.
Mm. Mm. Angelique, you're delving into acting as well. How's that going for you?
Well, I have to change that in my bio actually because I did have an opportunity that turned out to not be a real opportunity, but
Okay.
I'm ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out. So it's at a standstill right now, considering everything that's happening. But
Yeah.
I'm ruling it out completely.
Okay. Gotcha.
But
Gotcha. Oh.
and to what I'm doing in many different areas, and that's just
Mm.
one. And there are people that I respect, like Wakima, that I would never just say I'm going to be an actress and just start acting. You know what I mean? I would take classes. I would, do things to learn the craft. I don't want to just.
Mm.
I respect the craft.
God.
So,
Okay.
but, I'm still open to it, and it remains to be seen where it's going to go after all of this. But it is something I'm very interested in. Unfortunately, that's something that fell through because I was like, oh, I'm going to be in a movie, but
Uh-huh.
it, you know, happened. I take
Yes.
it.
Yes. I have a quick question. What are you ladies currently doing about self-care during this time? Like I'm pretty sure Angela, you probably like I've been self-caring every day. Like I'm good. Like I don't, I haven't changed anything. I feel like
Change. I've had to change with the quarantine thing. I've
uh,
definitely I had a routine that has been broken, and it stressed me
oh, okay.
a month and a half. Like I was getting up every day and going to the gym, whether
Mm.
Right.
my trainer or going to work out on my own. I was
Mm-hmm.
doing something in self-care like uh, cryotherapy, and
Mm-hmm.
I was working with brands on doing things like that. So it has been a real challenge for me
Okay.
to do the whole quarantine self-care thing. So I did order a Peloton bike.
Okay.
So I'm doing that.
Uh-huh.
I'm like Tracy Anderson method. I had to really find my groove because
Mhm.
I couldn't find it for a minute. I was like,
Okay.
working out I just couldn't do it. My routine had been broken. So I also ordered a sauna blanket because I love
Oh,
sauna.
I haven't heard of those. Ooh,
Me
I
either.
sells
What is
I'm
that?
like, what is that?
How does it work?
I know.
sells infrared sauna blanket.
Uh-huh.
So, because I'm a big workout sauna. So
Uh-huh.
you can do the sauna at home with this sauna blanket.
Hmm.
Big part for me. And so yeah, I'm just really finding my groove again. And that's what's me is keeping fit, and not necessarily, when I say fit, doesn't mean skinny. It doesn't mean, looking
Yeah.
like a, Miss Olympia.
Fit.
Means, being comfortable in my skin and
Mhm.
feeling good about myself. So that's self-care for me. And
Mhm.
like I said, it's taken a minute to get there though. So, but I don't beat myself up either when it comes to those things. Like I work out for the first 45 days of this.
Wow. Okay.
Surprised, because they're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just so confused but what's happening right now. I'm kind of stuck. So
Uh-huh.
I'm just getting back into the groove. And, for anybody else out there who hasn't been focused on the self-care thing, do not beat yourself up, because these are unprecedented times.
Yeah.
You'll get to it when you get to it.
Yeah. That's so true. Well, Kima, what are you doing for self-care?
For me, I realized early on that I needed to set myself a routine. So, and I needed to stick to it in order to have some type of structure throughout this whole thing. So, I started on a meditation journey, because before that, I would meditate, but not every day. I wasn't diligent about it. I would kind of dabble here and there. So I started meditating. It's the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning, before I read any type of crazy negative news about what's happening in the world, before I talk to any of my friends and become influenced by their emotions of the day. I just sit down and meditate for 15 minutes, and I do it through an app. It's not like I'm this
Which
yogi
app?
that can just channel it. Like, no, I need some guidance. So, I started with 5 minutes, moved up to 10 minutes. Now I'm at 15 minutes, which I am so proud about. I know that's not a super long time, but I worked hard for that 15 minutes to get there. And so I do that every day. And then I started, because like she said, I was going to the gym to work out. So I had to figure out, how am I going to do this without having access to the gym? And it wasn't even about, like wanting to stay skinny or anything like that, but it's just like a scientific fact that if you can get your heart pumping for 30 minutes, you will feel better. You won't feel as sad. You won't feel as down. You will just feel better. So I knew that I needed to do that for myself. So I also found a way to work out at home. Sometimes I go for a walk or a jog, or sometimes I pop on a YouTube video and do salsa dancing for 30 minutes, whatever I need to do. And sometimes I feel ridiculous and I laugh at myself all the way through it, but I do it. And I feel so good afterwards, because I took the time to do something for myself.
Okay, ladies, I love that. I love that. I love that. I have another question. Who are some of you guys' favorite Black content creators? Because I really want all creatives, Black creatives, to really get their shine and tell me some people that I might not know right now that I need to go subscribe to their channels or something like that. Because a lot of people are doing some really good content out here. They're putting out some really good content. And I'm like, yeah. Angelique, do you have anyone in mind?
Who comes to mind immediately is Monroe Steele. Do you know Monroe?
Yes.
See what she's been doing lately? I think she's amazing, and she does everything herself, which I'm so impressed by. So I love Monroe Steele. I love Hey Gorgeous.
Hey Gorgeous, okay.
That I like Owned by Femme. I love Kayla Walker, good friend of mine. She's and Kalana Barfield is my favorite. She's my absolute.
The shoe game is real for her. Yes, that shoe game is real.
It's just everything. Everything. She's authentic. I'm impressed because she doesn't post every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm not a poster. I'm not a post every day kind of person either. So, her, Tiffany M. Battle, she's really good too. There's so many. There are a bunch of Black influencers doing.
I love that.
Things. That's my short list.
Wakima, do you have anyone on your list?
Of course, the person that came to mind that has helped me the most, and I think like almost every natural girl that has struggled with her hair will know that I'm about to say natural 85, because when I first went natural, had no idea what to do with this. Like no one was telling me where to go with it, how to get it in shape, or what to do. And you know, for girls that have kinky curly hair, she has been an invaluable resource. And I learned so much just by watching her, just by keeping up with her. And I use her products, like, you know, so yeah, she was the first person that came to my mind when you said that.
Okay, so natural 85. Okay, I gotta check her out too. So we have some more questions that just came in. Wakima, what's the best piece of advice Issa Rae has given you, if any?
So the first conversation that I had with Issa directly, it was after we did the photograph and we were at a party for it. And I didn't even think that she would necessarily recognize me. I don't know why. And she was like, girl, are you kidding? Like your tape stood out. And when you were your scenes in the film stood out so much. You are a very unique person. So just the fact that I was being myself really registered with her. And I think that also was just a very good, it was just a good like validation for me to understand how important it is to be your true self, to be genuine, and to keep along your path, you know, like stay in your lane. Like someone else might be doing something that's working for them, but just keep to what you are doing that feels right for you. So I think that is probably just the thing she said to me that made me feel the most seen and the most appreciated. So I really appreciate that.
I love that. I love that. We have another question that has come in. What are 2 traits that you feel that all fellow Black women creatives need to possess regardless of industry? That's a really good question. That's for my sister. Angelique?
I think I've said them repeatedly.
Authenticity.
Authenticity. But to me, that's the biggest thing. And Wakima also mentioned that people can tell, dishonesty or they can smell it a mile away. So authenticity is key. Also consistency.
Wakima?
I would say being steadfast, because you are going to come into a lot of bumps in the road, a lot of obstacles. You're going to fail, you know, and failing just teaches you how to be more successful the next time you attempt to do something. But for most people, it's not going to happen like that. Like she said, you know, being an overnight success takes years. It looks like it happened overnight to people, but it did not. And there will be many a nights that you cried for it, that you were saying, God, is this right? Is this what I should be doing? Is it going to happen? All of that will happen along the way, but you have to be steadfast and you have to keep going and keep your eyes on the prize. And then also just learning how to be gentle with yourself. There are going to be enough people out there that are criticizing you. There are going to be enough people out there to tell you you aren't good enough. So be your own voice in your head that reminds yourself that you are enough, that you don't really have to try to be anything that you aren't, and be your own voice of positivity, because you're going to need it along the way.
That's all I can say for that, because that is so true. For an inspiring influencer, what do you recommend for the best times, days, frequency to post content? Angelique?
It varies. My people tend to be on in the mornings, but it's usually by trial and error that you do that. You can try posting in the morning, try posting in the afternoon, and see what your engagement is. And then that's subject to change. I can post at 2:00 in the morning now and people will engage because everybody's home. But when times were normal, it used to be in the mornings, sometimes in the middle of the afternoon, but it's really trial and error. Depends on who your followers are, and the majority of them. And there's ways to gauge that. Like, and gives you a bunch of insights and information on your audience that you can look to and see when most of your people are on and when they're off, and it's trial and error really, because it's kind of, but it depends on you and your followers. Like my followers, that's what they do, but your followers may be on at midnight, So yeah.
I agree. I think it's just important to know your audience. Oddly enough, most of my followers are outside of the United States. So I have to kind of keep in mind that there's a time difference there, and be aware of that. If you know that most of your followers are working moms or students that go to school during the day, then just work around that. And like she said, Instagram gives you insights, and there are tons of apps you can use to help yourself gauge that. Keep an eye on it. But trial and error will be the most important part of that, because you have to figure out what works for you. There's no blanket statement or blanket kind of formula that you can apply that will work.
I have a question for you ladies. I want to talk about business and what you need, because even though we're creating content and we're creators, we still need to know the business side of it and know like how to keep finances in order and all those things. What are your thoughts on that? Like how to keep yourself organized, how to make sure like, you're paying your taxes, like those type of things. Like we're just, or even like, I'll ask this after you guys answer that part, but I have a second part to that question. Angelique?
Set up an LLC.
Okay.
Number one. I have a bookkeeper and I have an accountant who help me keep things in order, because I'm not good at it. So I have the help to help me to do that kind of thing. And having a bookkeeper helping me keep things in order, and I find my expenses and things like that helps me stay organized, because I'm terrible at it.
What about a lawyer? Would you recommend a lawyer as well?
Oh, I have a lawyer too. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That goes without saying. Absolutely. When you're negotiating contracts, especially, I can do like short, like 1 to 2 pages. I can do myself, but and with a big organization like P&G, they can be kind of wordy, and there's a lot of with their contracts. So to make sure I'm not giving up my right arm, I bring in my attorney for that. But I don't, and so I absolutely do have an attorney. So set up an LLC, because you will get killed on taxes if you don't. Have an accountant, have a bookkeeper, and an attorney. And I don't call her my assistant because she does so much more than that, but I do have support.
Okay.
So I'm not dealing with, because in the beginning, I was negotiating, I was, communicating with brands, and I'd be at photo shoots and negotiating and trying to get things done, and it was just getting too much. So I had to be that intermediary for me, during emails, and so I can focus on creating the content and things like that. So that took a while, though. It took a while for me to get to that place financially. So, but that's my team, and that's not including the creative people.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like that also could be included in the business part. Is that because you probably also have people like you said, photographer. You have like I don't know if you have a graphic designer. Like those type of things are also part of your tool belt when it comes to building a business.
Bench. I have what I like to call my bench. I have several photographers that I work with, a few videographers that I work with, and someone who's gives me kind of can give me creative direction sometimes. Sometimes they can see things that I don't see, or have ideas I don't have. You know what I mean? So not all the time, but for like my bigger campaigns, I those things, because I want it to be, these people are paying me for something, and I want to give them the best of me, the best that I can give them. So sometimes people to help me vision, because sometimes I'll have the vision and don't know how to execute it, and somebody I know that knows how to execute it, or maybe finding a place before quarantine, finding a place to shoot, scouting sometimes I don't have time for that. So personal will do that for me. So, but that's over time.
Yeah.
Beginning, I said, me and an iPhone and my friend, take these few pictures for me. You know what I mean? And that's fine too. And that, actually, it's gone back to that. It's like me and my tripod and my iPhone and the product. You know,
Yes.
so but it depends on the campaign, and but I keep a bench. I like to keep.
I love that. What about you, Akima?
Yes, to everything she said. I also have a team of people that help me, but I think what will help you, the viewer, wherever you are, no matter, which stage you are in right now, educate yourself beyond where you are. Educate yourself for where you want to be. So for a lot of Black people, I know, when I first started modeling, I did not have a very high financial IQ. So I would say do your research. Just learn about LLCs, learn about taxes and how they work, learn about everything you would need to know to be at that level that you are dreaming of being at. No, you're not there yet, but you will save yourself a ton of heartache if you just start to educate yourself now for where you want to be then.
I think like you guys both put in stress the importance of team. Like a team to me, like will take you from, just doing one little thing to growing your brand and expanding your brand, because now you're not in the business working. You're able to create other things, and your team can solidify it. And for me, pulling this off, I needed my team. I was like, okay. And the only way that this happened is because of a team, So I really appreciate them and everything that they've done. I have another question for Angelique. I want to know, how was your time in the music industry? How did that help you with your content creating influencer business? I know that it definitely helped with your negotiating, but do you feel like it also helped? You know what? Did it also help with relationships that you already had? Bring it on in.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be disingenuous for me to say that my contacts in the industry haven't helped me do some things, not necessarily the brand partnerships, but years ago when I decided I wanted to do this, I went to my friend who was putting together the panels for the National Urban League, put me on a panel with Sean T and Dr. Ian Smith.
Okay.
So first of all, I was scared to death, and so afraid of public speaking for a long time. The more I do it now, the less fear I have of it. But she just put me out there because I knew someone from my days that's what they were doing now. So when it comes to certain things like that, me being in certain places, my industry experiences help with that, including the business side of things where I knew to have an LLC. I knew, I knew how to, again, negotiate my deals, but knowing people does help, that, and I know a lot of people from those days. I did a lot, so I know a lot of people.
What about you, Akima? Because I feel like that goes into like just relationships and period in this industry. Like and being able to create opportunities for yourself based on relationships. I do feel like sometimes Black people, Black creatives, Black people, like sometimes we get in the way of that, where we're like, well, I don't want such and such to help me. I can do it myself. I can do this myself. And it's like, how do we grow from that? How do we change that mentality? What's your thought on that, Akima?
I think we definitely have to get away from that, because you have to learn to appreciate how helpful having a network of people can be. Sometimes they can act as a fabric under you that lifts you up, or that elevates you to another level. Or when you don't particularly have a specific area of expertise, maybe this person does. And maybe if you keep in contact with people and you expand your network, then when it's time for you to find someone who does that, that's easy to do. And also, I will say this. In the influencer, acting, entertainment industry, people change capacities a lot. Like maybe today they have one job title, but in 3 years from now, they'll have another job title that is far more influential than what they are doing right now. So you want to keep in contact with people because you want to be able to reach out to that person who was just doing this a couple of years ago, but now they are up here and they can give you opportunities if you have kept that relationship intact. So I think it's so important to do that because someone who is, you know, trying to be a writer now will be an executive producer tomorrow. And it's just important to realize that people grow, people elevate themselves in their careers and their lives, just like you want to. And you want to be able to have people around you that are willing to help you when that happens for them.
Yes, that is so true. So true. I think we have a couple more questions that I've rolled right on in. When did you start your LLC bookkeeper and when did you start an accountant? Did you obtain this at the beginning of your career? Oh, okay. Yes. Did you get all these things in place before you started?
Well, I had an LLC from my music business days, but I started doing just for this. And well, I didn't have the money to start a new one until like last year. You know, I wasn't financially where I wanted to be. But as soon as I started, excuse me, as soon as I got that, that's when I got the bookkeeper and the accountant because I knew that there'd be no way I'd be able to keep this up. It would be too many things to think about. So as I started the new LLC, I did that. And it's been it's been immeasurable how much the bookkeeper helped me just order. So I'd say do that as soon as you can. And it's not, you know, as soon as you financially can. I wouldn't spend my last dime on doing it. This is something that if you have the extra finances to do that, then do it. Don't go broke trying to you know, because some things you can do on your own. A lot of things in the beginning, not, you know, if you're just doing okay financially, you can do on your own. It's just separating things and paying a team and things like that. I needed the help in sorting all of that out. So I didn't really need it because it was just me.
Okay. Well, Kima?
For me, it did start during my modeling days, but not at the beginning of my modeling days. It took me just trying to figure it all out for a while before, you know, someone, I'm sure it was some agent along the way that just kind of pulled me to the side and said, okay, this is what you need to do. Because, you know, clearly I had no idea. I was just a girl from Tennessee that didn't really anticipate that any of these things would necessarily happen or that it would get to that level. So as soon as I kind of started to wrap my mind around it all, then there was someone there who could help me and guide me along the way. So I kind of got all that in place before I started acting, but not necessarily at the beginning of my modeling career.
Okay. I think we have time for one more question. If you have a small budget but want to get started creating content, what is the most essential thing you need to get started with? That's a good question. Well, Angelique said iPhone. Or this
ring light. Get a ring light.
Ring light. Okay, ring light.
Ring light in your iPhone, you're good to go.
Yeah, because that's really great because I feel like lighting is lighting is really important.
Your lighting, Wakima, is stunning.
Right. First of all, I want to know what glow do you have going on there? Because
child, this is God. I just have the window open and it's a bright sunny day. But I will also say, because I believe in the power of light, never underestimate the power of natural light. But sometimes you need some help. You need a ring light, and that doesn't matter if you're doing hair videos or skin videos or food videos. People need to see what you're doing. You want people to be able to see and understand what you're talking about and what you're doing. So lighting is everything.
It's everything. I think that is okay. So y'all dropped a lot of gems on here. I think part of the reason why I really wanted to have like people who navigate their image throughout the interwebs and on TV and on screen and all any TV, because a lot of people are watching this on YouTube from their TVs.
Right.
And I think like that is that's power when you are able to kind of dictate how your image is coming across to people. That's power to me. And that is something that I think Black people could totally embrace and get out here and do. And also create another stream of income doing it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, because we want to make money, y'all. So at the end of the day,
Absolutely.
it's all about economic freedom. So, like,
Yes.
yeah. So, ladies, I want to thank you both for being on today. You guys were amazing. Y'all look fabulous. Like, I'm like, let's take a screenshot. Like, listen.
Thank you so much for having me. And also just thank you for doing this. This type of thing is so needed. And you are such a blessing to so many people right now. And I've known you for a long time. So it's really good to see you coming into your own and being a boss in this way. And I just appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Wakima. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. And Angelique, you were a pleasure to talk to today.
Likewise. So much for having me. Thanks for everything, baby.
Thank you. You ladies have a wonderful day. And you guys stay safe, okay? Because it's all about 2020 needs all of us and beyond. How about that? Beyond.
Yes.
You guys take care, okay? Bye. You guys, we're going to do a 30-minute break. At first, the other segment was supposed to be scheduled from 4 to 5, but we just moved that up to 3. So we're only going to do 30 minutes, guys. And then we're going to be wrapping, but come back for the next segment because I want to bookmark this ABE summit. Because we started off strong, I'm ending it strong, and we're bookmarking and we're laying the foundation. We're paying homage to our ancestors. Because we're calling in abundance and we're calling these things in to our worlds right now. So you guys come back in 30 minutes because it's going to be powerful. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys in 30. Hey everyone, we are back. We are back. We are back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was everyone's break? I know it was only 30 minutes, but that's okay. Hopefully you guys went to grab something like a snack or something, because I want you guys to sit back and really take in what's getting ready to happen in this next segment that's coming up. But I wanted to know from you guys, how did you guys feel about the last segment? One of the reasons why I brought on Wakima and Angelique is because I really want Black people to also know, or just, people in general, that being an influencer, content creating, all of that is a really good another stream of income right now. And that could be your pivot in this situation. You could pivot to the side and you could do something else. I set up this camera, and who would have known that I would have been on TV right now? I know I didn't know that at all. So I'm just like, that kind of made me think outside the box and really be like, what's new? What can people try right now? And also possibly make money, because influencers, Angelique was saying that influencers right now, they're still shooting. Even Ashley was saying that earlier about digital content. They're still shooting. They're still doing things. Hey, how are you? They're still creating content. And brands are still looking for content creators. I've had friends saying how the brands have been reaching out to them and how they're trying to, do photo shoots. They'll send them the product and do photo shoots and make a little side money like that. So that's in the realm of possibility. And I want everyone to know that could happen if you wanted to, if you want to go down that route and try something new. Why not? Just try something new. Yes, I think content creation is an important part of the conversation for creatives. Thank you. I thought so too. I was like, I hope it wasn't like anybody felt like it was left field, because I really did put thought into that. And especially like influencers, Black influencers being part of the conversation, because a lot of times they're not. Hi, Renee, how are you? A lot of times they're not a part of the conversation. And that's also the reason why I had the creative directors on. I just wanted to talk to people that I traditionally don't talk to in this industry. I don't talk to I work with creative directors, yes, but I've never really stopped and chatted with them, figured out and found out what's going on. So hi Daria, how are you? So I thought that conversation was really, really good. I am going to go ahead and get started and bring on Mr. James Stewart, who is my cousin, y'all. So I wanted to bring James on because I want to bookend this discussion that we have going on with in the summit. I'm moving papers around. Sorry, guys. So we started out with laying the foundation, and now we're going to end with paying homage to our ancestors. And I feel like those are two perfect bookmarks to the coming to close of this summit. And and just calling in things that we probably didn't think of, we've never thought about calling into our lives, like abundance, spirituality, jobs we love, passions, those things that I feel like we love, James. Oh, yay, somebody got your product, James. Okay. So you know what? Let me go ahead and bring him in. I'm going to bring my cousin. Hey.
What's up?
What's up? So this is James Stewart, guys. This is my cousin. And, I've known James, for all his life. So I just wanted to have you on, James, because, you started really delving into your passion. What has it been, a couple years now, or?
Yeah, I've been in this stuff for over a decade, but I've started doing it professionally within the past 3 years, and that's when I started this company 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I really put the gas on it and really full force.
So you own a company called The Conjure Cleaner. Can you cleaning company? Can you describe what that means and what that is?
Yeah. So I used to clean houses back in LA, and that was my my bread and butter while I was working and trying to get into the entertainment industry. And then I had an idea of kind of cleansing people's homes spiritually the way I would do for myself, because I noticed my energy when I would clean people's houses, they would notice a shift, off of what I was just naturally doing. And I was like, what if I just do what I do at home for myself, professionally for other people? Mm-hmm. So that's how it kind of started. And then since then, it's really branched off from, doing in-home cleansings for people, to making products for people to do it themselves, for people to cleanse themselves, for people to just manifest whatever they're trying to work on in their lives, through a whole array of situations.
Is that cotton bark right behind you?
No, that's a pine needle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought, wow. So what are some of the things that we could start doing now to clear our home spaces so that we can start calling in abundance and all those type of things?
Yeah. So now it's we're in lockdown, a lot of us, and more than ever, it's so important to pay attention to our spaces, because what you do in the space that you can control affects what you're going to attract and manifest in the external world. What you do in one realm is what's going to happen in the other. So it's all about cleaning up your space constantly. It's all about opening up your windows and lighting some incense. It's all about setting intention when you clean. Whether you use spiritual products or not, you constantly have to affirm affirm the things that you want to attract them. Mm-hmm. So it's you can't, I don't know, I can't work from a messy room. That's the first thing I have to tackle before I do a laundry list of things. So when you have things in order, when you have, everything has a place in a home, and you affirmed what energies you're going to attract in your life, then it's just, free flowing from there. The universe, spirit knows what to do.
Okay. So how do you suggest people start? Where do they start?
I suggest people start with physically cleaning their rms. That's where it always starts for me. And I have my website where I make products for people to cleanse, and do stuff to attract things in their life. But physically cleaning yourself and physically cleaning your space, taking ownership of what you can control, it makes a huge difference. It doesn't sound, spiritual, doesn't sound big, but that's a huge part of the battle.
How is this rooted? How is this part of our ancestry? Yeah, I'm really curious to know about that.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I guess I want to answer that in multiple ways. So in like my Stewart side of the family, I remember hearing about all the people who worked domestically. And that was a huge source of pride for people to, because cleaning isn't, you know, I think a lot of people throw it away in terms of somebody's ability to clean, but that's an art. It's a technique to it. There's a skill set that goes behind looking at a space and knowing where everything should go. And it's not a throwaway thing. And there's a pride that's taken in that. So for a lot of people, a lot of Black people who have had professional cleaners in their family, that's a very like a connected thing. Like I feel connected to my lineages when I do cleaning work. And also where the time we're in right now with, you know, lockdown and everything, it really connects us to our elders that went through the Depression and went through, you know, the pandemic that happened in 1912, where you could have dirt poor, like you could have, you know, a shack of a house with wood that you could see the ground under. But there's still going to be a sense of pride when you clean your place. Like you're connecting back to ancestors that cleaned because it was one of the most important things to do. Like you might not have, you know, all this stuff, but like cleaning and taking care of what you have shows respect to what you have and shows respect to God for giving it to you.
Okay.
So that's why it's hugely important. That's why it's so important.
How important? So I always hear about water and how water like is really like essential, just like not physically like cleaning your body, but like spiritually. How is that tied in?
Water holds so much energy and it's such a spiritual like thing. When you think about the different types of water, like, you know, a waterfall, rushing water, or you think about sitting water and that kind of stagnant energy, water has so many different characteristics to it, and it represents so many situations in our lives that it's such a free flowing, just like spirit is free flowing through us. You know, spirit shows up in different areas of our lives and takes on many shapes and many forms. That water really represents that very well. So especially when you're doing cleansing work on yourself, it's like water is a very go-to thing. We take showers every day, you know, like it's such a versatile thing to represent spirit, the way in which it moves.
Okay. And then how is that connection? Because when I think of water, I think of Middle Passage, especially when it comes to Black people and our ancestry. How any tie-in with that?
Yeah, the first thing that came to mind was emotional. Like water holds so much memory and emotion to it. And it it also connects me to the thought about hurricanes, and the story behind hurricanes representing what happened during the Middle Passage between Africa and the Americas. And that's why the belief is that hurricanes start, you know, towards Africa and they travel it towards the Americas as a like as a sense of pain of like, this is still from what happened centuries ago. But because water is so emotional, there's so much healing that is in water. And it goes into like the type of water that you get, like if it's rainwater, if it's, you know, river water, and it goes into the intention that is poured into it. So whatever you're asking God to give you in that water, that's what that water will represent for you. Whether you're asking to be baptized, whether you're asking to be healed of a breakup, whether you're asking for just even the simplest, like better sleep at night, you know, it's it's such a versatile thing that represents so much. But the Atlantic Ocean, that water is very, it remembers a lot.
Okay. So water remembers. How do we then, like, because I know we've been through a lot. Like our ancestors have definitely, been through it. How do we then like move forward and call in abundance into our lives?
Yeah. Well, we have been through a lot, but that is not a sense of failure, and that's not to slow us down or anything, but it feeds us, right? Like knowing that our ancestors went through what we're going through now and are probably going to go through. Like we have that in our bones and in our blood. Like that's muscle memory for us to navigate and understand disasters. It's really nothing to us. So that knowing of, well, we've overcome this in the past, that means the victory is on our way. So that means that we can claim that abundance, we can claim that victory, we can claim that win already, because we know that generations past have done it.
Okay, we getting into the good. Okay, let me say. Okay, what about if you feel like how can you let go of this? Because the feelings of self-worth. I feel like a lot of people in our communities struggle with that. How can we overcome that and start to create a different record plan in our head?
I'm going to piggyback off of a previous conversation that happened in the summit, and I forgot the woman that said this. I think she was in the last one, and talking about the amount of self-work that it takes to build up yourself, to get to that level of believing in yourself. It's not, there's no one fix, there's no overnight thing that you can do to step into your power. That's a continued conversation with yourself. That's an arcing conversation that you constantly have to work at. Like some days you're going to wake up and be like, you know what, I'm ready to take on the world. I look great, I feel great, and I'm ready to do it all. And then there's some days that you feel like the world is sitting on top of you. But if you're constantly doing the work, then you have a tool set with you of things that make it easier as you go on. And then you look back and you can say, actually, I am standing up a little bit taller. Actually, I am speaking out a little bit more. But it's not thinking about all the work between A to B, but thinking about the individual wins. Like, all right, I spoke up to my boss today. Like, that's a huge win. Or I stood up for myself in that situation. Or I wore a color that, I wore an outfit that I was afraid to wear. Whatever it is, these little wins are the overarching thing to, the finalized goal.
What tools would you recommend that we basically stock up on spiritually, emotionally, physically? What kind of tools would you recommend that we kind of stock up on to create the life that we want?
Anything that feels high vibrational to you. Anything that smells good, that makes you feel good, that connects you to just high vibing energy. Those things are going to help wake up your spirit to attract those things. You might not always know to ask for, you might not always know the ways in which to ask for certain things, but when you have tools to kind of push you into a high vibrational mind, next thing you know, you're already starting to attract different sorts of blessings. Like it's almost like you're waking up the sleeping giant of your spirit to go ahead and attract these certain things to you.
Wow. Is there anything in particular we could like gravitate towards? Or is that just an individual thing?
Yeah, well, my go-tos are things like Florida water. Florida water is very floral. It has like a different flowery scent to it. And it's got a high vibrational smell to it. positive spirits just across the board love it and kind of flock to it. So like, if you are trying to formally connect to your ancestors, using Florida water to like attract raised ancestors who are, you know, doing well in the spiritual world, that helps. I just lit some frankincense and myrrh because it's a sweet smell and it attracts goodness and good things into your space. That sort of like, I'm big on the way things smell, and I'm big on like, you know, nice feeling things that feel yummy.
I feel like right now, a lot of, I don't know, I don't want to say like a lot of this stuff is trendy right now, but I feel like some people, you know, so how do we make sure like we're not gravitating towards the trend of it, but actually putting in the work for it?
That's a good question because, you know, right now spirituality is really trendy. You know, the big brands are kind of coming in and seeing what everybody's doing and then trying to put it on their shelves and mass produce stuff. And a good rule of thumb is checking in with yourself and constantly asking yourself, does this feel good? Do I trust this person? And at the same time, just because, you know, 20 other people trust this person, it doesn't mean that that's the person for you or that's the store for you. You have to ask yourself, does this store connect with, do I connect with this store? Do I see myself here? And you have to constantly ask, does it feel good? Because just because, you know, people like this reader or this person doesn't mean that they're right for you. Just because that doctor's great doesn't mean he's going to be great for you. You know, everybody has their person that is right for them or their type of service that is right for them.
Okay. How do, so I had a good question there. It just went out my brain. But I know before we talked about some points that you wanted to make because your grandmother was my aunt, my great aunt, Aunt Roxy, wrote our family letter. So our family has a letter. We also have a song that we sing as well. I'm not going to sing it because I can't sing, but we sing it at our family reunions. And I would love to, you know, have you discuss some of those points.
Yeah. So I forgot when I found this, but when I found this letter, I was like, oh, wow. I read it again recently after lockdown, and I was like, this is some... How'd she know this? Like, how did she know that we needed this information now? So I'm not going to share. It's a list of bullet points that I'm not going to share all of them, but I just wanted to read off about 3 or 4 of them that really stuck out.
Okay.
One of them being, a young man in his youth should prepare to take for an old man in his old age. And that speaks to like, it speaks to what's going on in the country right now with people really disregarding elders like that. And that cringes me because I'm like, what are you doing, America? Like, how are you that blind to see that not only is this reckless, but it's the definition of like cutting yourself for what, you know, like, individually, I think everybody should be making sure that we try to take care and prepare to take care of the elders in our families. And more than ever, that's important.
Yeah. And I want you to talk about like possibly like, especially as African Americans, Black people, you know, that disconnection that has happened with our elders right now, I think is pretty huge right now. And you know, what kind of effects does that have on the community?
It disrupts things. It disrupts things. Like, so our ancestors, you know, the elders that have crossed over, they want us to heal things in the families. They want the family to come together, to be healthy, to be prosperous. And they want to elevate themselves. They want to heal and work on whatever they didn't get to finish in this life. They want, you know, you to pray for them and pray for healing on them. But when there's arguments in the family and grudges and pivots and, you know, all these things, there stops this flow of blessings. Like you have to think about, like, a lot of our grandmothers and great grandmothers prayed for us to exist, right? They prayed for us to exist and be well and be prosperous on this earth. So when there's all these sort of like cuts and lines and dashes in the family tree, it messes up that flow that could be happening. And that's the goal, is that things at some day will all flow in the family lines. So that's the goal.
How do you suggest people, because this is heavy. A lot of people, you know, might not agree with some of these things and everything, but how do you suggest that people, you know, not see it as what's what I'm looking for, not see it as like a bad thing, you know, like or how people aren't scared, you know?
Right.
Like how could they ease into that?
One, you know, whether you're in the church or whether you're not, our ancestors have been with us from jump. Like, they're with us when we go to church. They're with us when we're at home. They're with us when we're right, and they're with us when we're wrong. Like that's a neither here nor there. It's a matter of, you don't have to formally communicate with them as, you know, different spiritual paths do. Like different African spiritual paths have formal ways to communicate with the ancestors and to elevate them. It could be very simple as some people just talk to their grandmothers as if they are there. And it could be something as simple as, when you pray to God, that you are asking for blessings on a member of the family that you know needed healing before they passed. That's how ancestral connection looks. And it's not scary. It's not like, these are people that want the best for you. These are spirits that want, you know, you to be prosperous and successful in the best ways.
Okay, well, please, what's your next point on your
always be truthful. Then you can look every man straight in the eyes.
Okay.
That's pretty self-explanatory, that one.
Is it? Because we do need to talk about integrity. You know, like people like need to have a certain level of integrity in their business, in their personal life, at home, all of that. So, yeah. Is it?
Yeah, it'll eat you up. It'll always eat you up. At the end of the day, like, if you can go to bed and just know, like, I didn't cheat somebody. I didn't give somebody the runaround. I did the right thing. I did the integrity thing. There's a sense of like comfort at the end of the day where you're not, you know, off.
Okay. Next, please.
Ignore ignorant people. You waste your time trying to reason with them.
True.
Yeah. When you see petty, just keep moving. Like, pay it no mind.
How is that? Okay, that's sometimes that's easier said than done. How can we reclaim our power in that situation and then learn from it and move on?
Every now and then there are situations that are positioned in a way where it's like, oh, I have to confront this person to get to the other side. And those are important to notice when it's actually important to step into your power in a situation. But most times we know when it's a little like, now wait a minute, this is just like somebody barking at me and trying to throw me off my game.
Yeah.
And those situations, it's not worth it, because you lose more than the time it takes for you to play with petty is the time you're losing to get back to where you're going, or to extend. You could have gone 3 steps ahead, but if you turn back and you want to argue with this person just to be right, it's not worth it.
Yes. Okay. Next point, please.
Yeah. If you do your best each day, you will sleep well at night.
Okay. Do you feel like that's self-explanatory, or
that's a hard one, because sometimes it's like you go to bed and you're like, did I do enough? Should I have done more? And I think there's a balance game of knowing that, actually, given everything that happened throughout the day, I did my best. I showed up. Even if, and you have to also, I feel like in this line, if you do your best could sometimes be getting out of bed and sending that email and battling the depression that's been like trying to hold you down. If that was your best today, you got to acknowledge that, because that's a win.
Okay.
Your best is different than their best and their best. So you have to acknowledge, like, actually, this was some progress.
Okay. Yeah. And then how do you then explain the rest part? Because that's important too, is getting rest, proper sleep, and especially if you want to build your empire, you need proper rest. And I feel like a lot of, I can only speak for me, or a lot of Black people have a hard time with rest, a hard time with sleeping.
Right.
Are there any ways you can talk about, like, maybe like how you can help them with that?
One thing I've had to start doing recently is setting an intention before bed. I feel like I used to do that when I was a kid. Like, I used to say my prayers at night, and I've had to return to that. Setting an intention before I go to bed of what type of sleep I want. I want restful sleep. I want restorative sleep. And acknowledging the act of powering down your day, and because proper rest is part of self-care, and that's a very important thing for ourselves. So acknowledging that is in some ways how we can circumvent other betrayals to ourselves. Like, if I can acknowledge that the act of going to sleep is important for me, then I can acknowledge that I am important, period. Like, these little, like, I kind of tapped into that when I was like, let me get back to praying before bed, because it's important. I'm important.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Yeah. Next, please. Next point that you want to make.
Okay. Hold your head up high. Your world is small if you only look downward. Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on that?
You got to keep your hope up. Because it's funny. I think about that analogy sometimes when I've been in survival mode sometimes in the past, and it's like, yeah, it's true. You're so focused on the ground. You're so focused at looking at, okay, am I stepping on anything? Am I making sure that you forget to look up? And you have to sometimes, it's almost like, I'm using the analogy of like body posture, but like you have to correct your back a little bit to remember to look up, because you've been looking down so long. You've been so focused on survival and so focused on emergency stuff that you've forgotten, your dreams and aspirations of why you're doing this in the first place. Like, what are you here for? So that's important to like plug back into that, and the hold your head up high part, that just made me think about like that sense of pride that our elders instilled in us and wanted us to have, of like, be proud of yourself, be proud of the work that you're doing, be proud of who you are. Because if you're only focused on, you know, the downward, and you lose sight of that.
Yeah. Wow, these are really great tips. I love this. What
Yeah.
is there anything you want to add to that, or anything yourself, or how have you been feeling and dealing with everything? Like, and are you in a place where you're feeling like you're pivoting into new things?
Yes and no. This thought came up when I was listening to another, I think it was from day 2. And
first of all, I love the fact that you're like recalling some things for the summit. Thank you.
Well, I should have wrote down who said it so I could say, well, so-and-so said this. But it, the way in which we're all kind of positioned right now in this lockdown, in this thing that we're in, it's very much that the work for us to do is like right here on the table, on your plate. There's no question about what each individual person is supposed to be working on right now. It's a matter of, are you going to do it? For me personally, it's stuff that if all the distractions were up and running, like if I could, you know, go hang out with a friend, if I could go here, if I could go do that, I might not be doing all the work that is in front of me. And it's honestly a blessing that I have, you know, there's nothing else I can run to. I can't go off and, you know, do whatever. It's here. And for me, the shift has been focusing and staying focused and staying committed to that. But I think on a larger scale, a lot of us are finally facing certain things, whether it be relationships that, you know, you couldn't see the underlying issues before because of all these different distractions, but now you're like, actually, we need to talk about this thing. Whatever it is, it's right on the table. It's on the plate. So there's no runaround. There's no distractions anymore.
How do we then start to have those talks then, if there's no distractions?
They're not always going to be easy. And I say pray. I say pray before you have a talk with somebody, like a real talk with somebody. And just pray an intention that the conversation is good in the end. And it's not going to be easy all the time, but some of the stuff that's coming to surface is very important. There's no snooze button for it. You can't pretend like, oh, maybe we can come back to this in 3 years. No, it's here now.
Yeah.
A lot of it's like, if you don't address it, things will get worse. So I think that kind of like urgency on things will snap a lot of people into being like, actually, I can't even play nice about this. I got to just have this conversation with you. Or I just got to pursue my dream now. Like there's no, you know, there's no other way about it. I got to do this now.
Okay. I want to go back real quick because you mentioned Florida water. I don't really know what that is. What is it? Just water that has a scent to it? What is it?
it's kind of like a cologne. And it's called a spiritual water, but that sort of belief got attributed to it because it was really just made as like a nice cologne back in the 1800s, and it smelled great and it was really popular at the time and people loved it. But because it has such a high vibrational smell to it, and like it's just really light and flowery, it can be kind of strong and overpowering for some people, but it's a lot of people's go-to for inviting positivity, inviting goodness, inviting good spiritual good spirits, good energies into your home, into your space, into whatever it is that you're doing.
Okay. Yeah. And how do you use it? Do you just spray it all around, or is it?
It's so multi-purpose. Like because there's an alcohol base to it, you can use it to clean things like windows. You can use it to wipe down things. Some people, like I think back in the day, they use it as an aftershave. People will pour it in spiritual baths when they cleanse themselves. People will pour it into mop solutions when they're wiping, when they're mopping their floors, when they're wiping their floors and whatnot. People will pour it into their laundry. Like there's so many uses for it. Just don't drink it.
Oh, okay. Don't drink it. Don't put it in the glass with some orange juice.
No.
I have a question, and this might be too heavy for this particular space, so we don't have to get too involved in it. But why are a lot of African or Black traditions seem looked at as being like bad? You know, like
racism.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, let's call it a spade.
Racism. It's because these religions were a sense of power for Black people. Like look at Haiti. The Haitians defeated France because of their religion, because of their spirits. And so what are you going to do to people who have found their power, who have stepped into that spiritually? You're going to tell them that what they're doing is demonic, what they're doing is evil, and they need to do this new thing over here. And the really, crappy thing about that is a lot of Black people have internalized that fear. When it was at first projected on us, then it started to be internalized. So it's taking more time to break that down and actually examine, well, why are we afraid of this? And what things should we actually fear and what things should we keep? So I think we're very much in that era of Black people as a whole starting to re-examine why are we afraid of this? Why can't we talk about this? Because spirituality is everywhere. Like it's not just in the four walls of the church, it's everywhere. So let's talk about it. Why are we afraid of what, our great auntie was doing? Why are we so hush hush about that? Why are we so afraid of these certain things when it's here? And it's us.
Well, that brings me into another point is there's always a cloak of secrecy. I don't know, like that happens in a lot of Black families.
Yeah.
How can we all break that chain, break that trauma, break that, like, to where we all start to learn how to communicate with one another on another level?
It's hard. And this is such I feel like I'm about to give 3 answers in one. Or I'll try to. One of it is learning how to respectfully have that conversation with elders. And like for my grandpa, I remember trying to ask certain questions about like, did we have any people who were into this stuff in our family? I can't say the words root work or conjure because that ends a conversation. But what I can do is ask and learn certain, back ways of, well, did we have anybody who was a mortician from, Reconstruction era to World War II? If so, most likely those people knew somebody who knew somebody, or they knew stuff about spirituality, especially in regards to death work. Also midwives. So learning the ways in which to communicate with elders so they're not scared, so you don't shut a conversation. Also, again, you don't have to formally have, an altar or something to communicate with ancestors, but asking them for help to open up a conversation with living elders is important. If you feel like it's a shut door and you feel like there's no way to have, either a spirituality conversation or any conversation with the elder that you're trying to, that is important to have, ask your ancestors, because they're literally right there praying that this thing happens, praying that that breakthrough happens in the family, that that healing is, you know, released. So they're there to kind of shape things in that way for you. And I feel like there's another point that I forgot, but
no, because this is deep. It's like, because that I think happens in a lot of families in general, is that a lot of people don't want to talk about things, especially painful past, like painful history. And I want to know, how can we break that?
Secrecy. That's another thing I was going to talk about. Some things are meant to be secrets, and that's just what it is. Some things are only supposed to stay within our families, and that's just what it is. And some things are secrets just out of fear. So it's finding the back way to have those conversations. Kind of like trying to find the side door to get in those conversations. Because at the end of the day, elders love to talk. They love to share about themselves. They love to share stories.
And getting that wisdom from them is powerful. It's power.
Yeah. So when you find the right way to access that conversation, it's golden. And the ways in which you can do it are finding the respectable conversation, the right respectable ways to ask about it, and also asking your ancestors for help to find ways to do that.
Okay. I guess one of the last questions I have is, how can we set ourselves up for to have a powerful end of the rest of 2020 and beyond, especially with everything going on?
Don't lose hope in this, and you might have to reconfigure how your dreams played out or are going to play out, but keep them. And then still create a game plan for how they're going to, how they're going to manifest. Because even though it might rain, next Tuesday, if you already planned for the picnic, it's only a small shift to have things in your dining room. Like, as long as you have the plan, don't sit down and think, oh, well, the world's closed and I'm never going to do this and I'm never going to be able to, have the dreams that I had. No, you keep planning, keep your hope, keep planning. And then whichever way the wind blows, you can adjust. You can still make your things happen.
I love that. I love that. Yeah. I love that. Well, look, James, I really appreciate you being on. This was fun. This was because I mean, I know that one of the things for ABE Summit was that I really want us as Black creatives, as Black folks, to just I keep saying this, stand in our power, because we are a powerful bunch of people. And I don't want us to shrink in that, or to give it to somebody else, or to just stop giving it away for free. Stop giving it. Yes.
I want to say that I'm really extremely proud of you for doing this. Like, when I've been popping in, I'm like, go, cuz, go, because what you are doing with this summit is waking up other Black creatives to step into their power, to know their worth, to not be afraid, to demand what they're worth, and to challenge themselves to be better. So kudos for you, and I'm honored. Thank you for having me. Like, this is everything.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It was definitely a thought, and I was like, you know what? Why not just do it? Like, put action behind it and actually make it happen. So I was just like, okay,
Those are the best ones. When it's like a little thought that's like bugging at you, and you're like, I maybe I should, and the next thing you know, it's like, I got to do this. I just got to do it.
Yes. And I like literally one night I couldn't sleep because of it, because I was like, I really want how can I was like, I felt like a sense of like urgency behind it, because I don't want us to just not. I want us to come out the gate running. I keep saying that. Hit the ground floor running after like the gate. Well, now is the time to prepare. But once it happens, it's like go out there and do what you got to do. You know, and because and then also stop believing that you don't have power in this situation. You do. Our ancestors gave us power, you know, and they're like our superpowers. And so we have to call on them and have them help us guide. Help us guide. No, you know what I mean.
Have them help guide us. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yes. So you get what I'm saying. So
yes.
I just feel like it's just that powerful. And I'm so happy and I'm so thankful that you came on to close out my first AVE Summit. I can't believe it. It's like I literally felt like it just started just like 2 hours ago, but no, it's been 3 days. 3 days, and I'm just like, wow, I can't believe it. But thank you, James. I'm going to have you log off because I want to say a proper goodbye to everybody. Okay. So thank you, James. I love you.
Thank you, Joy. I love you too. All right,
bye. Bye. All right, y'all. So, thank you. Joy, you made your answer. Oh, thank you. So I appreciate it, Sarah. Yes, Christina, that's what I'm talking about. Paola, thank you so much, guys. I just wanted to give a proper goodbye and a proper thank you to everyone that watched today. I have, of course, as you guys know, I have my thank you, Joanne. I have my paper here that I want to read off because, like I said, I don't want to forget anything or anybody. So let me start from the beginning. So there you have it, the very first All Black Everything Summit, hosted by yours truly, me, Joy Fennell. An idea born out of the pandemic. I hope I was able to provide some sort of solace during such an uncertain time. I hope I was able to give some type of encouragement to everyone, especially Black people. I want us to know that we are powerful beyond measure. We don't have to sit back and have life happen. We can make life happen too. One of the things I request from you all is that you see yourselves as more than and worthy of all possibilities and worthy of abundance. Please do it for yourself and future generations. Before I sign off, I want to once again thank these individuals, J. PR Agency, J. and Ben for the awesome graphics and for the production, helping me on production side. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all, I feel like I'm getting choked up because I'm like, I can't believe I made this happen. Karen Culpepper for providing emotional and production support, as well as being a speaker. Daria Fennell for providing copyright support and also being in the chats, helping, like just talking. I appreciate that. James Stewart, my cousin, for calling in our ancestors and helping me. I really appreciate you. Imani Hamilton for editing the video for me and dealing with my craziness because I am a Virgo. My mom for being the sponsor. All of the countless viewers and participants. You guys, thank you for your chats, your chat comments, your chats, your questions, your DMs, your reposts, your stories. Oh my gosh, you guys help get the word out and I appreciate it. That really helped me to keep going. But I do have a few requests from you guys. Please follow me on Instagram if you don't already, at The Joy in Beauty. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel if you don't already. That's for The Joy in Beauty. And please sign up for my email list if you don't already. It's the www.joyinbeauty.com. It's all The Joy in Beauty, okay? And lastly, please just love yourself and work on building legacies that our ancestors will be proud of. I also, I love you all, and please know that this is only the beginning. It really is. It's only the beginning. We are coming for everything they said we couldn't have. They said we couldn't have, but we're coming from it all, baby, to 2020. Don't believe in that hype when people tell you about 2020. You can make it how you want to make it and beyond. So, yes, I want you guys to take care. And in the words of Lupe Fiasco, we're going to come. I led with this. I'm going to end with this. You would never know if you could ever be. If you never try, you would never see. Stayed in Africa. We ain't never leave. So there was no slaves in our history. Were no slave ships, were no misery. Call me crazy, or isn't he? See, I fell asleep and I had a dream. It was all black, everything. All black, everything. Lupe Fiasco. So guys, y'all gonna see my outro one more time. My intro is my outro one more time, okay? Because I really, really appreciate you guys. I love all of you guys. You guys, let's go out and make it happen in 2020. Keep those spirits up. Keep those spirits going. And I will see you guys later. And slide in my DMs if you want. Take care, guys.